5, and the budget committee has it posted beginning at 10 a.m. So we just have a forum at this time. To call this meeting to order at 10:25. Mr. Shadi, could you take the roll call for attendance?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee of the Twenty-Fifth Nominations Council Special Meeting for July 15th, 2025. Roll call, Honorable Shandin Parrish. Honorable Shandin Parrish is present. Honorable Carl R. Slater. Present. Honorable Carl R. Slater is present. Honorable Norman MBK. Honorable Amber Kizil Bakrati. Honorable Amber Kizil Bakrati is present. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie. Honorable Lester C. Yazzie is present. Madam Chair, you have four members present, let's constitute quorum for this special meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Zaki. We had the forums this morning, and members of the Budget and Finance Committee that are currently not present are excused. Before we begin, reconvene back to the budget, the committee, let's bow in word of prayer as we begin another day of business and for food committee. Lord, thanks for this day. Thanks for the opportunity to serve in applications and out with people. Today we ask for guidance and also your provisions over the discussions that we'll have regarding the nomination budgets. We thank you for the speaker, her attendance here today. We pray for her travels and her leadership. We pray for our president, our vice president, and wherever they may be today. I also pray for our justices in our court system as our new acting chief justice and the judicial branch. I pray for guidance over all of the decisions that have to be made today. I pray for this committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, as we have questions on proposals today. Also pray for our staff. Thank you for our staff and their knowledge, their insight, their innovation, and their willingness to work with the committee. I thank you for this opportunity to work with my colleagues today so that we can produce as fair as we can budgets for services for the Navajo people. And may our people be at the forefront of our decisions that we make throughout today. Ways to produce. All right, let's continue on with before we end the legislation. Do we have the Department of Justice at all?
Yes, we have all of this.
All right, Mr. Rodas, good morning. Do we have the controller's office on the call?
We do not have the controller's office on the call.
Mr. McCabe or Mr. Willie? All right, would you notify them to get on the call? We do have Ms. Kristen Lowell here. We have Office of Management Budget here, Legislative Services here. Is the Office of the Auditor General involved?
Yes.
All right. Oh, Ms. Janine Jones is actually here today. Thank you, Ms. Jones, for being here in the conference room. All right, we do have the speaker here today. I didn't see representatives from the judicial branch here today. Do we have the executive branch here today? Office of the President, Vice President on the call?
Yeah.
All right. Office of the President and Vice President is not on the call this time. Let's recognize Delegate Orman of Begay, just grace that's with his presence. Thank you, Mr. Begay. All right. With that, we have 5 members present, 1 member excused. Members of the committee, yesterday when we recessed, we were in the midst of legislation 126-25, the proposed legislative branch budget. We do have a motion and a second on this legislation. We just tabled, we did not take any action, we just recessed in the middle of the legislation. We were in the middle of discussing a proposed amendment. I will give the floor back over to Chair Amber Kizil-Bakrati if you'd like to introduce that, and then.
Again, I think it's a prepared speaker, currently the meeting and committee members. All got their say. I did want to make the amendment that we were drawing collectively. So if I can motion.
Sure. She did this today.
Oh, that's a big stop. Did you get a second? Okay, so just to refresh, I want to motion the amendment to make sure that the LBA's filled positions are budgeted at 2088 and their fringe signature figures.
Thank you, Chairwoman Everett, the party of the floor, first Mr. Choppy to read the amendment to the record.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 revised. For the record, 1, amend budget forms to support the following funding amendments. From business unit 10-10-17 Office of Legislative Counsel, object code 2100 personnel expense. 455,212, business unit number 10-10-19 Office of Legislative Service, object code 6500 contractual services. 146,195 for a total of 601,407. The business unit 10-10-34 Legislative District Assistant, object code 2001 personnel expense. 455,212 object code 2001 personnel expenses. 146,195 for a total of 601,407. The funding amendment is to cover the funding shortfalls. Directive. The program is to update exhibits B, C, and E to reflect the budget and finance committee's amended FY 2026 budget amount. 3, directive, the Office of Legislative Services, Legislative District Assistant shall reduce business unit 10-10-34 line item 3,000 travel expense by 313,443 new balance of 134,524 and increase the 7,000 special transactions by 6,901, new balance of 14,841, and zero the following line items. 4,000 supplies, 5,000 lease and rental, and 5,500 communication and utilities. The program's new budget will be 213,504. The program shall submit an updated exhibit E for consideration. 4, directive, the legislative branch programs and business unit 10-10-14, 10-10-15, 10-10-17, 10-10. 19, 10, 10, 20, 10, 10, 21, 10, 10, 22, and 10, 10, 29, and the 10, 10, 34, which complied with the FY 26 budget instruction manual, are to provide all revised budget forms and its exhibit to reflect the funding amendment and is to be done by or before Friday, July 18, for expeditious completion of the legislation. 5, page 1, lines 11, the committee make the following changes. Add and Budget and Finance Committee, page 6 on page 1, line 25, insert new paragraph C as follows. C, the Budget and Finance Committee is a standing committee of the Nomination Council authorized to make recommendations to the council on the budget and management of the nomination funds to in sections 300A and 301B2. The Budget and Finance Committee is specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the nomination's annual comprehensive budget for each fiscal year. 12 in section 848, 7, page 2, line 8, after exhibit 2, make the following changes, strike the period, add, and the Budget and Finance Committee report shall be attached as exhibit H, 8, page 2, line 17, insert new paragraph C as follows. See, the Budget and Finance Committee approves the nomination legislative branch fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibits A through E in the Budget and Finance Committee report. Exhibit H should serve as the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendation to the nomination council for including the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. 9, page 2, line 21, insert new paragraph B as follows. B, the Office of Legislative Service, I'll attach exhibit 8 to Budget and Finance Committee's report that reflect all amendments made to this action. Exhibits of budget finders as approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. 10, renumber related to sending paragraphs, sections, and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, Office of the Council are authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and an exhibit to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any of the amendments with language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 revised right into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tony, for reading the proposed amendment into the record. And Chairwoman Everett, would satisfy your request? Okay, motion party concurs, members of the committee, is there a second to the motion on the floor? Seconded by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Members of the committee, are there any questions on the amendment, everyone? All right, and then at this time, I'm gonna go to a roll call vote. Delegate Norman Begay, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Begay votes green. Delegate Shirley Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Shirley Yazzie votes green. Good morning, Delegate Shirley Yazzie. We also have Chairwoman Everett, how do you vote?
Alright, so we shall agree.
Chairman Amber Knessler, Cardi vote screen, Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote?
Chair.
Delegate Lester Yasi vote screen, and Vice Chairman Crosstead, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Crosstead votes green. We have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, consult not voting, the motion carries. We have the main motion is amended. Members of the committee, are there any questions about the main motion? Chair. Chair, what Amber Knessler, Cardi. It's a problem. Well, sure.
Thank you, appreciate it. I just want to make a comment, I'd like to work with the office of the speaker on budget form 2. For the budget and finance committee. We're going to be developing, fiscal year 27. The fourth quarter, so we could just reflect that, and then we'll chat. You ask, my colleagues here, we could, go over it before it's, dropped. The other area, so that's on number 2, so updated for fiscal year 27. It does say here, review budget recommendations by the three branch committee members, if we're gonna leave that language in, I would wanna know what that is gonna look like. Or I would just recommend removing that section until, we heard with the three branch chief on what, collectively that process would look like. I wanted to ask for number 3, it says implement title 12 again. I'm not sure if if this should be amended. So just help me understand, but that can all be done, not by amendment or here, I'm just reading this up. And we're also have a big legislation, the procurement, so that should be reflected in our work as a committee. I'm looking back to our strategic plan. So this year, you know, we worked collectively on the public safety set aside. That turned into the 5 billion, we're missing and murdered, into this people. Missing and murdered in our relatives initiative, so that's the first step. So Chair, I just want to make sure we can go over our strategic plan and then just change where we're all, this is going to change. How we're moving forward with our strategic plan, because we meet regularly to update and how to move forward. And I just wanted to also then say, if we could do that. Maybe because we're policy, just look at all the budget. Or choose for that, if we needed enhancers. Because that's really, it should be, we're asking for this budget to do some of these, to do these performance measures. So maybe we could lead the way, and I wanted to do that for council, I don't know how many committees have strategic plans. But, I'm just not sure how we're self-reporting, because number 2 says. Sponsor legislations to make amendments to navigation code, right? So that's different titles, and it says 5 every quarter. I don't just know historically where we're at, and should we have a focus of amending the code, like every committee, because we're gonna, like title 12, it still has the transportation and development committee. Yeah, you know, these are all prior to the reductions, and the reduction happened over 15 years ago. So we should be amending these laws to have the public activity. I just wanted to make that comment, and that could be done, that's more of, it's not even a technical, it's just more of a conversation. Committee members, I just wanted to know that.
Thank you, Chairwoman Amber Knessler, Cardi, and I believe the language in the amendment the committee just passed, there's a portion of that to direct the legislative branch. Yeah, the budget form, including budget form 2. So there's still time for us to make those changes before it goes over to OB or the final budget book. All right, thank you, Chairman Amber Knessler, Cardi, and we'll work with the speaker's office for our adjusted goals. I think these were submitted by Mr. Thompson, but we could clean it up a little bit more to update. I feel like the goals right here in this, some of the goals here are for last fiscal year and not for the next fiscal year. So yes, we can make those adjustments. All right, members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions on the motion? Hearing on this next speaker, do you have any closing comments before I take the roll call? Okay, I'm gonna go to the committee for roll call vote, meeting motion as amended. Delegate Norman Brigade, how do you vote? Delegate Norman Brigade votes green. Delegate Schilling, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Schilling, votes green. Children and everybody, how do you vote? Spectral green, because the children, everybody votes green. Delegate Lester, how do you vote? Delegate Lester, votes green. Vice Chairman Slater. Votes green. We have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, the motion carries on legislation 126-25. Thank you, Speaker Curley. Now we are on legislation 156-25, the executive offices for the navigation. Mr. Tony, would you, motion and we're gonna shift out. Mr. Nice to meet you here and. Oh, so that. We can switch. Yeah, but and then, Mr. Tony, for this budget, I sent that to the committee.
Came back.
Oh, there. Tanya, do you have your own budget there? I have my own. I just did you just receive it? Yeah, I just reviewed it. Oh, you just reviewed it? Yeah.
They only brought 6.
But Tanya, if we have questions already. Yeah. Yeah, so if you're making sure. That's my transit.
Dropped off 7 yesterday.
There's 6 today, they recorded.
We took their, somebody took the binders yesterday, so.
When the back here that dropped up, were distributed to the committee and the box of whatever. I can. Well, yeah, just for, if they had you guys have questions, yeah. How many were you? Oh, we can share one, but we need one like that.
I always ask for 10.
Very well. Alright, good evening, all right. Okay, we'll take care of
Yeah. You take note. You have a digital version?
Supposed to review the budgets. Yeah, there's a amendment to the kids get. They are the black there. I don't know that you're on it. So it's all together. We haven't made any of that. Yeah, we did. Yeah. And I did that. I have the listing right here. Oh, okay. I mean, it's continuous amendment. Yes, got it there. Then, all right.
I got an email for a private jet, they must be listening to our calls. Wrong good.
Okay, members of the committee, Mr. Tye, did you read the side of the legislation?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0156-T5. An act relating to the Notification Committee and the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Navigation Executive Office. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation to be read into the record in its entirety. Per Nomination Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, the legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording.
Thank you, Mr. Tye, members of the committee, is there a motion to consider legislation 156-25?
Motion.
Motion by Vice Chair Carl Slater, is there a second?
You know, I didn't too.
Second by Delegate Lester Yazzie. Members of the committee, we're gonna go to the Office of Management and Budget for their initial report. Planning Associate, and Mr. Kate, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Carriage and members of the Budget and Finance Committee and also Office of President and Vice President. My name is Tanya Associate, I'm the Senior Budget Analyst assigned to Executive Offices. And with me is Ms. Janet McKay, will be doing the OMB report for the day. Tabs A through E, your table of contents. Going to tab A, the budget summary type. There's 9 business units. For FY 25 is 7,872,824. The proposed general fund amount is $9,100,950. Indirect cost is $992,122. Which gives a total of $10,144.75. Going into the budget status report for the end of May 31st, 2025. The original budget consists of the continued resolution. That's $4,171,088. The revised budget amount is $8,911,001.77. The actual is $5,042,965.67. The encumbrance amount is $95,711.24. The budget available is $3,772,324.46. That is gives an overall expenditure rate of 67%.
Okay, moving on to tab C. The performance assessment report for the first quarter. I have 23 business units that includes a couple of the law and order committee programs and also the health and human services committee. So the first quarter, the average for all 23 business units under the executive office is 1.60. Again, below is the scoring. The asterisk means low performance in several of the business units. Moving on to the second quarter. The average is 2.89, which is 70 to 79%, which meets the expectations. Again, the asterisks are an indication of low performance. Moving on to tab D, the fund operation status report. On this report, we were trying to stay with the 9 business units under the executive office, excluding the programs under the Health and Human Services Committee and a law and order. And you will see there are 5 business units that have outdated funds operations dated out to 1989, 1991, 2000, 1995 to 2007. Below is the statutory reference to the legislation fund operations. Moving on to tab E, the divisions of appropriations and legislative concerns. There is one, again, which applies to all divisions, departments, and programs. And this is new in the third quarter. And as you can see, the business units that have responded are listed, and the executive office did not respond to any of these legislative concerns, and the status is ongoing. That concludes the report for overview. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sosi, and also Ms. McCain for your presentation today. The Office of Management and Budget report here. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions for the Office of Management and Budget? Okay, hearing no questions for the Office of Management and Budget at this time, we will go to our sponsor and her agents today. To begin the presentation on the legislation before the committee. Speaker Curley, thank you for being here with us.
Okay, good morning, Chantal, Budget and Finance Committee Chair, and honorable committee members, and also to all of our guests. And our staff, all the branches here, good morning. I know the village, education facilities and people that you had. The IDA helps us, it's on the EPA, on the reach out. A 0156-25, the executive office, that Michigan vessel, and Michigan bill, the property, the top. Look, I pay you home, budget, Michigan, the shop. So, colleagues, they will hand it over to our chief of staff, or the executive branch, to provide an overview of the executive office budget.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, my name is Chris Beecher. I'm the Chief of Staff of the Office of the President and Vice President. We've gotten binders over to everybody. They have the offices under the Executive Office, which is the Office of the President and Vice President, the Navigation Washington Office, Navajo Land Commission, Office of Hearing and Appeals, Office of Miss Navajo, Telecommunications Regulatory, Executive Protection Services, Office of the First Lady, the Youth Advisory Council, the NEG Remediation Advisory Commission, and the Office of the Public Defender. Overall, when we look at these particular offices, the proposed budgets are on the second page. I'm operating off the digital copy, so I don't have the tabs for you, but undo. Okay. So with the Office of the President, Vice President, we have a total for 6 million. $6,764,790 for the Washington office. 1,000,000. Doing a little bit. $1,634,824. The Navajo Land Commission, $418,093. The Office of Hearing Appeals, $217,910. The Office of Navigation, $317,527. And Telecommunications Regulatory Commission, $260,336. Executive Protection Services, $789,465. Office of the First Lady, $109,914. Now the Leaf Advisory Council, $44,196. The Genetic Remediation Advisory Committee, Commission, $200,575. And the Navajo Office of the Public Defender for $1,046,051, for a grand total of $11,803,681. And I'll leave the updated tab and reports for you to review, but that's the summary of our budget. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah, then, I mean, this is a good.
Thank you. For Curly. Regard to start with this, members of the committee, welcome Mr. Beecher and also the office of the president, vice president here today. Before we begin, the committee has asked if I read the procedures that the committee has passed, just to refresh everyone's minds of the procedures that we are operating in here in the Budget and Finance Conference room. Many of the oversight committees have passed similar procedures, so I just want to state that for the record, so everybody is aware of the procedures. In BFJ 2525, the Budget and Finance Committee passed a set of procedures. The procedure that I will highlight for the sake of our presentations throughout the day. Is procedure number 4. The Oversight Committee is not required to swear in any agents or other presenters regarding their presentations, the nominations, personnel, policies, manual subjects, and application employees to termination versus events, or knowingly making false statements or falsifying documents and under the application ethics government law at 2 NC subsection 3741 through subsection 5793. All nomination elected officials are subject to forfeiture of their elected positions and potential civil penalties for knowingly making false statements or falsifying documents. Thank you again for your time today. I'm gonna go back to the Budget and Finance Committee to ask questions on the Budget and Finance Committee. Members of the committee, are there any questions? I'll start, Chairman Edward Nestor, right?
Chair, appreciate committee members, thank you tonight for your presentation. On my tab 1, I don't have your budget summary. Is that possible to get to the committee? That's all of your updated exhibit A through E. That's vital. That's part of the legislation. That's with all of the amendments. So Chair, I'm not sure if I want to move forward without having that updated information. I do see, and I don't think he stated, but that the office did provide an updated Form 3 to the Office of President and Vice President budget, but there was amendments, and yet we're still funding your positions for full time. So that's, I guess, if we could figure out the budget summary and then see where Office of President and Vice President moves money to fully all of these positions for the 3.6 million. Would be my first question, so I can understand the rest of the budget later. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chairwoman Amber Nestor Friday. Ms. Tanya Sosi said you reviewed the budget binders. It appears that in Budget Form 3, all positions are fully funded and there's no budget summary. We can, well, I'll give OME, see if there are guys that's here and then go back to the progress.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Budget of the Budget and Finance Committee. The Form 3 was updated from the non-committee committee meeting. It showed that there was 5 positions that were vacant. But for the updated Form 3, all positions are filled.
So the form, so are you saying that now now the vacancies are taken out? Because there was amendments made, or is there an updated form for you to represent that all positions are filled?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, we still need the budget summary. The changes that, how the amendments impacted the budget, because I don't know, we'll review, Mr. Todd, did you review the amendment if there was a directive for the program to update their budget? If so, what liberties were taken in that amendment? So Ms. Long, Mr. Todd, he's looking at committee report up, and we'll go back to this, associate to further explain, what additional information we can provide.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the finance committee. The exhibits, should have been forwarded to, Mr. Bonnie. So with the amendments on the budget were made according to what Molly, the PSA had passed, and also the amendments that were done, with budget and finance committee at the beginning of the budget hearings. But with that, they also included the updated Form 3 with all positions filled.
Okay, introduction programs, if you all have the, information that this committee is requesting, did you all email that, do you have that readily available?
Better, very, that you can start.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker. I think yesterday when we dropped off the binders, the budget summary, then we were advised by your legal counsel to take that out. We can put it back in, that was my understanding, but there's miscommunication.
All right, thank you, Mr. Meeker, for responding, we're going back to Ms. Christopher.
Sure, so yes, I didn't mean don't have it available to review, I just, it's confusing, sometimes we're not sure what has been amended at committee versus what the programs are requesting that the committee do, but so I am, sorry for the, miscommunication.
You have it.
Madam Chair, yeah, we have, so that you can print it out and bring it over and.
I can bring that up.
I just found the presents about operation. Okay, great. Want to recognize that we also have Vice President Montoya present here. Welcome, Vice President Montoya, thank you for being here.
We get our share.
Yeah, we get her chair.
All right. Members, the legislative branch can be, first we get her a chair at the front.
The legislation. Like this, like in the legislation, so they don't need to do a step by step document. I don't know what, I'm not sure exactly what, I don't have a binder, so I don't know what,
I get the This vice president needs a binder to respond to this. So far, but.
I'll share it.
Where do you get that?
So then they have it in their, right, it's attached to the legislation.
Okay.
They have it.
So do I need to send this as a warning? Yeah.
You're gonna wonder.
I'll tell us.
Friday, we should do it. Okay, well, let me ask questions with the others, like, I need a. I don't like if I need to ask questions, but like, what do you? What is it, not the agenda, like, not anyways. Ronnie, you become a digital fighter at nothing.
No, I wasn't given the mobile question. I got I was got the mobile yesterday at the end of the business day at which.
But that's not the binder that was presented at nothing.
No, I didn't look at it yet.
Okay, for those,
Staff, if there's any, I want to see the original binder. binder from not.
Okay,
Because I don't see them building things.
right, alright, so Mr. Talkie, you have second request from the committee. We need an original binder that's presented by gives it, so if we could get that in digital form or hard copy, I believe. I might have a hard copy at my desk in the council chambers. I have a hard copy there, I don't know if there's a hard copy too.
It's one of my best. I'm not like.
Why am I not?
I can't have a minor, but I'm gonna.
Okay. So that's a request is for that updated one, or for the original one at Alki, the updated one for our budget finance. And then also for the committee, the budget summary report was pointed out to me from Ms. Kristen on the legislation itself. So there's that background for the documentation that you all are requesting, and the speaker's time is limited today. So we'll go into as many questions as we can while we can. Alright, so while we're looking at the documentation, the committee is requesting presentation from Vice President Montoya. Vice President Montoya and Speaker Burley, if you would allow Vice President some time for the presentation.
Good morning, thank you, Chair and committee. I'm also joined here by Vice President and staff. If our executive branch chief of staff would also get her a budget binder, so she was specifically what budget line items that she has. So again, I'll turn it over to our Madam Vice President, and she can do her introductions. And any comments on the legislation.
Ja, selber ich habe noch keine Schau, die war hier hätte. Die ja besser und die die Art und die noch so die nie go I think go he had no budget finance committee. All the members that the Zoom machine national rules like remove people without the company of 1990 då är jag debatten i väsentligen annat då är det här reaction. När så snitt att skjuta då till paket av en då solution det kanske så här så ja paket en nya den är jag till paket not so we sent earlier I was on a YouTube channel listening in. And they haven't listened in on the committee meetings for the past few days and last week also. I'm on order committee, no, history, no, yeah, I'm shocked what he's on it. But it was that, just, I'm here to be educated on what budget is for the executive branch. I understand that we have a lot of positions and it's under our leadership and as far as the executive branch. The executive so vi känner hans egna kappoja. Vi känner både namn för 2026. Jag känner att man kanske har idag för shares speaker kanske har vi bara henne.
Yeah, thank you, Vice President Sean Montoya, for providing your introduction. We do appreciate you listening into the committee, seeking more about the budgeting process and how the budgets are moving forward. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions to the legislation so far, or you could also consider, if you have a motion that's on the table, so we would. While we're waiting for that additional documentation, members of the committee have additional questions, so Eric and Joe and Vanessa are ready.
Okay, appreciate it. So the motion is to table?
Right.
Oh, not yet, okay. So before we do that, well, we would go to that, your chief can give all of the information out. For OMB's report, you have 12 programs that didn't submit a report to OMB. So Navigation Appropriations Act states that our budget is performance-based budget. So programs have to fill out budget form 2 and then report to OMB. And that's how we'll determine or why funding should continue or recommend like an increase if they're meeting and exceeding, or a decrease if they're failing. But a no report that is a management issue, and so it's hard to tell, how to look at these programs and, evaluate, of course, like their unmet needs or other, areas that they'll be asking for. So that's first quarter, second quarter, there's improvement, but we still had a failing, so everybody reported it. But we did receive a failing score from Navajo Nation Youth Advisory Council. So see, this helps us understand that it supports the legislation, we'll be working together to move the youth advisory. But I do want to recognize that your executive protection service program and how they report it, that's a failing mark. So I'll be using this mark to kind of look at what they're requesting or what they're need. For the OB report, plan of operations we talked about, I wanted to ask, so the appropriation law, according to, the advice we've received regarding conditions of appropriation. I'm looking at Navigator Amendment 1. So I just wanted, I know our chief legislative counsel was there. So there's a condition of appropriation. I just want to make sure that you have communication regarding the condition of appropriation. There has to be like a discussion, like basically like a consultation. So I wanted to get an update in terms of go with Delegate Full. I'm not sure if Delegate Full himself in your office, but I'd like to then see legislative council. I think it's appropriate that we talk about this condition of appropriation. Because I'm trying to figure out how do we meet that consultation, is that the requirement? Thank you, Chair. We could start off there. And I'm still looking for the information regarding from Amendment 1 number 3, where money was moved. And I'm still looking to see where that was documented in this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Amberfist by Friday. We're gonna go back to the sponsor and her agency to respond to the questions on the opposite budget.
Who will give an answer? Give me a second. Where's that?
So I'll refer that to accept it.
The original.
The original that was sent to Navi.
Yes.
Can you look at those budgets someday, or have Trader someone look at them?
Okay.
And then what are the budget, because only you should have those, right? I try to wear both of my glasses, I don't know how you do it, I still can't see. That's why everybody uses my family dollar glasses. So I can see, but then I can't see my computer, so then. That's why I'm gonna start invoicing everyone.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. With regards to the Amendment 1. With regards to that, we followed the directions. As I stated, maybe about a week ago, when we came over here after you guys had gone to recess. They were using an old form at the Navi committee where we had vacancies listed. I think it was from May 31st or something like that. We did get an updated budget form 3 from DPM and move the money accordingly, but I think at this point, what we have is we've taken money away from filled positions. An example would be that Marisha Little sitting next to me, that position over there at the Navi committee was listed as vacant. That's actually the position she sits in. And so getting those documents at 5:05 last night, There's probably some adjustments that needed to show that basically we're defunding occupied positions, so we need to document that. But that's essentially what I was talking about when I came over and I spoke with Madam Chair and with Council Delegate Yazzie as well as Chair Claudia. About a week ago, I think I came over and let you know that that particular document was old. We got the newest one. And that should give a more accurate aspect of those particular positions and which ones are vacant.
Make sure there was questions about the insufficiencies in the policy support from the Office of Management and Budget about the reporting on the executive branch programs. So you could respond to those questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With regards to the first quarter, I counted 11. I know you said 12, but I duly noted. With regards to EPS and the Youth Advisory Council, I do note those two as the stating being unsatisfactory or deficient. And I will work toward remedying that and going from these numbers to be more acceptable. Thank you.
Before I go back to the presenters, I think as you're talking, it only to update the budget summary sheet with the budget and finance amendments. Because in the legislation, this is only the budget summary sheet from the NAMI amendments, not from all of the amendments that have been taken place otherwise. So I need a new budget sheet that exhibit A to request that. This associated you with receive and you want, no, this is the OLC document, right? This is exhibit A, we need a new exhibit A, with all of the amendments that took place. So who's responsible for it? Who would be responsible for updating the exhibit A?
So the exhibit A stays the same, it's B and C that get updated.
Even after amendments that were made in other legislations.
That's correct. Exhibit A is a historical document.
The exhibit A, and the committee took money out to cover fringe benefits in the division of human resources. It was out of business unit 1030001. So exhibit A needs to be updated.
It would be reflected in exhibit B. Cause that's where you have the business units listed. And then exhibit C, column C in exhibit B is what the branch chief proposed. Exhibit D, and it's a little bit cumbersome because we have the oversight committee being NAVI, and we had ENF being final authority, but the boards were designed to capture changes made at committee in exhibit B, column D, and then exhibit C is where the narrative breakdown is going to be. So that reflected there is going to be what happened in each business unit. Not just the numbers, but also the narrative explanation of what it was done for. And that's how the forms were designed.
I'd like to recognize Delegate Stephen Archisto, thank you for being here in the budget and finance conference room here today. Ms. Kristen will ask the question, who's responsible for updating that after the committee has made amendments, because still, if this legislation would have to be amended so that the exhibits would reflect those amendments that were taken. So who is keeping track of that?
the program has to make the changes to the forms. OLC does not make the changes to the forms, to the exhibits.
Okay, so the program makes the changes. Does the program have updated exhibit A, B, and C?
It's B and C that needs to be updated.
B and C.
You want to take?
Honorable members of the committee, can you just explain to me really quickly, I'm not understanding what it is. So. I thought, Ms. Kristen here was, explaining that the budget forms were changed, but I need to change them again, can you just kind of, verify, I'm so sorry.
So the budget forms 1, 2, 3, and 4, that's your budget forms to OMB. Per the legislation though, the exhibits the actual legislation, this doesn't go to OMB, it's marked on a higher level. Because it's published, and this is a part of the legislation. So we're this legislation for the executive offices, it has to be amended. So I need updated BMC to reflect the so the like Mr. Beecher had mentioned that we're taking, there was amendments made that are taking kind of positions. BMC would show that. So today, our chief, our legal counsel today is stating that the department should update that, as you have updated BMC.
So just for clarification purposes for myself, so on exhibit C, it is saying that we're taking, but it says that, for example, on the Navajo Hopi Land Commission office, it was increased by 8,198. That was taken out from one of the positions according to the amendments from Navi and from BNF. The 8,000 was taken from, what was that?
I think something from Navi, the one that's on the legislature, that's from Navi, but you have a new one after the budget and finance amendment throughout the meeting. Yeah.
The one did, right?
This one's on the legislature. This one's good. I don't know if they would have that. I don't know if that information was provided to them.
Yeah, so this is on dibs.
This is on diff.
Let's go back to Kristen.
Thank you. So I think what Sharon is saying is there was money taken out through amendments. I think there was specifically I'm remembering an amendment that Cheryl Yazzie did, reducing money from OPBP business unit to put into TPM's fringe rate.
That was cool.
Yeah.
Wait,
No, I drafted it. I drafted it.
are you talking about Navi or here?
I'm talking about it would have been done in the DHR budget. Is that what we're talking about? Or no?
Yeah.
I'm still talking about Navi.
Okay, I'm not sure we're all talking about the same thing.
Right, so what we try to do is state from not, like what we don't have in the PNC, a stated after all the budget and financial statements. So in prevented after not, that's not being done. And that's what I feel like we need as a city to see where that was done. Where did you go?
So I feel like this change.
Yeah, after like. Where the.
We'll give us information from the other day.
I hear what you mean.
So
This is Navi, yeah, and then now it needs to be updated for the amendment to do that. So I think it's-
that's it, there's no documentation that's important, and that's what Chris.
I got you, Chris.
Chris also says that he took from non-vacant position, but we don't have that. Yeah, but, so do you guys have that, where's she?
She's trying to ask OMB if they have it.
I don't know if we'll even have it, and yet we can share all of our.
All of that.
They have all the metrics.
I've seen the amendments that are done, so.
We didn't give it always to the programs, but we did give it to O and B.
Can I ask you?
Alright, so see, it looks like there needs to be further communication between the program and OMB at this time. The members of the committee, if this means, I think you're gonna bring the time to update that board culture, have a discussion about future amendments or any changes or considerations. Because we don't have that full documentation in front of us right now. We, OMB never shared the amendments with the program.
Yeah, and that happened in public safety. It will. They have it's not 5 million, they passed them on.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, I did share the amendments with OPDP, with the executive offices. And, what needs to be amended is Exhibit B, so I'm assisting, Marisha, Ms. Little here, with the changes and the budgets do reflect the amendments from Navi and Budget and Finance.
How long will it be?
About 5 minutes.
Alright, give you recess. Alright, let's recess. 10 minutes, we'll come back at 11:56. Good morning, everyone, again, today's July 2025, it is 11:33 a.m. We're going back on the record. And we do have an established program, we have delegate, Chairman Yanti, delegate Lester, as a general member, Friday, vice chair from all senators here. In the budget and finance conference, chair, I'm gonna go to the office of management and budget for their advisement to the committee, and then we'll move forward with a motion from that. This time, so things you just advised the committee on some things that you have realized in the budget forms.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Just reviewing the exhibits, there's a couple of incorrect numbers according to the amendments that were made on the exhibit A that needs to be corrected. And I will work with the executive office to get that.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tanya, so see, and I take a look at those other exhibits as well, so we reflect to that, B and C. With the advisement of the Office of Management and Budget, they're gonna need extensive time to work with the program here today to make those corrections. Members of the committee, I leave it to you all, who would like to make a motion this time. Questions, Vice Chair Slater, questions?
Mr. Teacher, who is George Cordova and why is he continuing to say that we represent either else? President Biden.
All right, I'm gonna recognize that question at this time and go back over to our presenters today.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll refer that question to Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Speaker. With regard to that question, who is George Cordova? It doesn't represent our office, so thank you.
Do you know who he is?
I do.
You ever worked with him?
Have I worked with him? Not in the official capacity in that sense. He represents different types of businesses throughout the nation.
Never told any entities of the nation to work with him?
Okay, at this time, we're gonna say germane to the legislation. I know that we are here to find these questions out. We do have a legislation that does address these issues. So, Vice Chair Slater, I'd like to respectfully ask that we see those questions for the legislation we propose to the budget and finance committee.
I appreciate that, Chair, and we have 40 staff assistants and have some of these saying that they're represented. The Office of President, Vice President, both in contractual matters related to issues where the nation's contracted with different entities, and then also with moving documents through the 164 process saying that this individual is working on behalf of that office and is trying to understand if there is a contractual relationship with the office, and if that's going to continue into the next fiscal year budget or if it existed in the first place. So that's really where this derived from. I do believe it's germane, but want to focus on something else than I'll start with me, like I did last time.
Vice Chair Slater, with that reasoning, I'm gonna go back to Mr. Beecher to respond to those questions, because I did see in the OPB proposed legislation under special transactions for the office of the president, vice president, there's a contractual services line item for other for $20,000, so that doesn't make any sense, and no justification being provided. So along the lines of the questions from the vice chair, I'm gonna give the floor back over to Chief of Staff to continue to answer those questions.
With regards to a special contract in the budget that you're asking if that 20,000 is related to any.
I'm not asking any questions, I'm asking you to respond to the vice chair for the
Okay.
questions he's posing.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Vice Chair, with regards to any budget contracting, I'm not aware of any contract with Mr. Cordova at this time.
Go back to Vice Chair Carl Slater for the record, the budget that is in question is the business unit 103001. The agenda to highlight the committee is under object code 36500 under other departmental services. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you. There's twofold question. One, are there any internal policies related to former staff members of the Office of President, Vice President working for entities that are contracted with the nation after they complete their tenure of work with the nation? Then two, to our legislative council, are there any navigation laws that speak to that issue? And I guess let's go to legislative council first. And then go.
Well, it's one issue.
If someone who works for the nation then goes and works for an entity that's contracted with the nation in which they exercised or had some involvement over that contract or for them when they were employed for the mission.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Slater. So, in the hypothetical that Vice Chair Slater posed, contractor works for the Navajo Nation as a contractor or an employee. That could depend, on the answer. So if the contractor is a contractor for the Navajo Nation and they have learned something to that would advantage them when they go and contract with another entity, there's the potential for conflict, but it depends on a lot of factors. And the most relevant law would be the Navajo Nation's ethics in government. That's probably about as clear as I can answer without knowing more factual information as chairman.
Chair Slater, your recommend.
First.
All right, we're gonna go back to Mr. Beecher.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. Yeah, I would defer to legal counsel as far as their interpretation of if there's any laws or rules regarding conflicts of interest or anything. People working for the nation and needing to work for a contractor or vice versa.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher. I'm gonna recognize Vice Chairman Carl Slater.
Have there ever been opportunities for staff or employees of the Office of the President, Vice President, anyone employed, say in personal action forms, previously or currently, to receive any sort of special treatment for contractors or engage with the nation for improvements to their homes, their personal residences, in terms of electrical, lighting, security camera upgrades, things of that nature. Essentially benefiting from government pricing for personal usage.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. I do see several object codes that align with your questions. I'm gonna go back to our presenters and Mr. Beecher.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. With regards to opportunities, I guess with regards to the budget here, if there's any line items here that would benefit employees, I'm not aware of any.
Vice Chair Slater, do you have any follow-up questions?
So Mr. Beecher, you're not aware of any past or current employees who receive personal or upgrades to their personal residences from contractors who engage with the nation?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater, and for context too, Mr. Beecher, we, during the Budget and Finance Committee, also analyzed federal funds and general funds. This is not specific to the presented budget in front of us. We ask every program this question, especially when it comes to federal funds. Those are concerning. Yes, exhibit F, please, as Vice Chair Slater is referring to. Mr. Beecher, floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair and the Vice Chair. With the question, I'm going to pull up exhibit F. Yeah.
I have a question while they're doing that.
While they are, I believe Vice Chair Ross there is asking generally, Mr. Beecher, if you are aware. It appears that you're not familiar with the legislation, so if you just answer the question and then I'll go back to the, I'll go recognize back to, our Vice President. Mr. Beecher.
Oh, yes. Yeah, we can go through this one.
Alright, Senator Curley, do you recognize your agents?
I guess we can get direct response from chief of staff, and so this time vice president, Albert, I would find.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm looking at exhibit F from our program, and there's nothing written in it. I'm not sure if that's something from Dibs or specifically.
Right, Mr. Beecher, that's because it was not correctly inputted and it's not recognizing all the money that the office of the president, vice president has access to. That's what the exhibit F was supposed to utilize for, so that also needs to be updated. We go back to Vice Chair Slater to ask his question again.
Thank you, I was talking about this. I'll just repeat the question. You're not aware that the upgrades made to personal residences from or by contractors who are in the contract information matters and finally a sub to former or current employees of the office of president by president.
I mean, yeah, not, I don't understand. With regards to former or current, I mean, I guess how far back are we going? And then on top of that.
The Iran Montoya administration.
Okay. So personal employees looking for upgrades to homes or electrical.
Employees are seeking work on their personal residences.
On government time, is that what you're saying?
Just from contractors who are currently engaged with.
I mean, it's possible, I suppose, that there's somebody that's using a contractor that's also being used by the nation. I'm not aware of any specific instances where people have done that, but I guess it's possible.
Alright, thank you. Vice Chair Slater, I don't know what the vice president wants to make. Oh, question. Vice Chair Slater, can I recognize the vice president?
Thank you, it was to you, Shirash, what was the name of that gentleman that you mentioned? George.
George. Yeah, George.
Okay, please.
Thank you, Vice President Montoya, I'm gonna go back to Vice Chairman Roser.
Thank you. While we were here and I know the program was trying to get the office of vice president was trying to work things out with the office of the interim budget. I had someone from enterprise come and tell me that the office of president, vice president told them to work with Mr. Bordeaux. It had nothing to do with anything I was talking to the person at the time. And it just completely struck me completely off guard. His name has come up repeatedly with respect to the Zendy fiasco. I know he was also involved in the purchase of the building down in Phoenix for the contracted substance abuse and mental health services. You know, the private, whatever Mr. McCabe is right now, the U.S. controller, I testified in this committee at Navi too, that this individual was running around the controller's office trying to get documents executed on behalf of the vicinity. And, you know, this ad, this photos had had the purchase the building down in Phoenix. And it just seems like, you know, when you ask them, they're like, oh, it's very just, hang right there, you know? So. Very peculiar to me, and I don't understand what his relationship is to the nation or the principals in that office. But. It's related to the conduct of the office, the program performance, organizational goals. Large amounts of external, strictly federal funds, so those would include my comments related to that matter or this matters, but. Chair, I guess as a matter of principle, I understand, you know, maybe the right of the committee to move funds from one program to another in this process prior to the comprehensive budget introduction. I think something for next year to consider is that, you know, it extends the principle that RDC could move something from a HAS or LSC budget and sort of create some chaos in the process because there is inconsistency if you have one committee that's taking money from one program and moved it to another or vice versa. When it comes to us, then we'll always have to sit through these things. And it's a power that's exclusive to the committee at this stage, or some other part of it, something that we need to codify more firmly within. I don't see any reason it can't necessarily happen. I think just from process and board perspective, it can kind of create these issues. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Carl Slater. I know that this set of questions that you're asking is concerning. Because there are some objects, or there's major increases in the office of the president and vice president. Budget in the business unit 103001 that I did not see in other programs across the application. So I feel that it is fair to ask these questions, and the president and vice president's office is receiving an increase of about $2 million this year. That is the greatest increase that we have seen in any program, in any branch, in any department. So these questions are valid to the safekeeping of the allocation sellers. Members of the committee, are there any other questions at this point? Delegate Lester, you're asking.
Thank you, Madam Chair, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Madam Vice President, Mr. Beecher, thank you for the presentation. And I just wanted to also touch up and offer a comment, Madam Chair, regarding business unit 103001. And again, it's regarding the other contractual services. You do have $20,000 allocated for honor guard and color guard. I'd like to, you know, kind of get an idea if that's professional services, or are we gonna try to ask our national veterans if they can earn a little stipend or some kind of compensation? A lot of these events that they attend kind of be out of pocket, and if we could monitor that amount so that it can be have a little bit more specific details as far as who will be rendering those services. I think that it is just what I think.
All right, thank you, Delegate Lester. As they come back to the sponsor and for agents to respond to the question that Delegate Lester you're asking.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll refer a question to Ms. Sapp.
Thank you, Honorable Yazzie, appreciate your question. With the honor guard, color guard, I know that for that, specifically contracted out for our office on certain events, and I know, if I recall correctly, NNBA also has funding for events and those types of things, so there's probably more nationwide, ours is probably more localized to events that we're conducting or involved in some way, so. My understanding would be that the color guards charge what they need to travel and do the things that they need to do, so I would assume that the money for travel and those things are incorporated into the fees. And I haven't seen anything that was unreasonable, but I think they incorporate that based on which color guard's coming out, and I know that we've used several, some are, Navajo living veteran groups, and some of them are different groups that we utilize, so. We definitely try to spread out the funding wherever we can. It's not usually just one group that we call. But I know that the Veterans Agency typically has more funding as well for events and we have it, but thank you.
All right, thank you, teacher, thank you, speaker Curley, members of the committee, does anyone have any questions on legislation, or would anyone like to make a motion next?
I think I have to, let me see, I wanna go back to the condition of appropriation and then I would give him, amendment, but I wanna do a time check, right, 11:54, and the committee did, agree with the sponsor. So I just wanted, before we talk about that amendment, Chair wanted just to see if you could check in with the sponsor in terms of what time. Or, I'm not sure if there's another good sponsor, for this, legislation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairwoman Everett has been Friday, speaker Curley, do you, what is your availability today, and also, do you have a co-sponsor on this legislation?
Madam Chair, I have a little up to 12:30, and our co-sponsor is also on his way, so I think someone. 12:30.
All right, there's a committee that has the speakers available until 12:30, and the co-sponsor will arrive for departure. Chairman Everett Nestor Friday, would you? Do you have any questions specific to this COA, or would you read that all see?
You got controllers? Yeah, I got questions. Control the budget.
Oh,
okay, right, so this is beyond OMB budget question, so. Let me go back to the condition of appropriation, so let's look at lobby. So part of amendment one was a condition of appropriation. And so the president, so it says the president or his designee at the office of president and vice president shall complete the following tasks. So this is what the program manager. So my first question is, the president or their designee considered the program manager for the tasks? Provide the vice president with staff and supplies to include force, executive security, 6 executive staff assistants. And adequate supplies and equipment for the vice president and staff. This is by the end of the second quarter, the responsible entity shall present a written report and an oral report if requested to the Navigation Committee regarding the completion of or ongoing status of a request. So my questions are, is the president or his designee at the office of the president or vice president? Is that the appropriate program manager? And I'm not, this is not like a legal question where. This trying to do a condition of appropriation. So if that could be helpful, and then with this task, can this be done? By the second quarter. Can that be accomplished by this, and that has to be accomplished by the second quarter, meeting chair.
Thank you, Chairwoman Everett has by Friday, reading over the committee report. There are amendment number 1, a condition of appropriation. It appears to have 2 conditions of appropriation. Are you asking, would you like to clarify both? All right,
I appreciate that.
okay, let's clarify both. Let's see, I think the question is general, or some of the sponsors of the program. regarding the program manager, to identify that, and then, I can go to legislative council if she'd like to make any modification. If you would like to. So I'll go back to the sponsor, Speaker Curley, and back to your agents. Speaker to identify the program manager of the office of president, vice president.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and that was the next motion to you to start.
Speaker, can you give us that, so you know what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Chair Crowdy, for the question. I'm looking at this one, it's the same
Yeah.
document we're talking about.
But the
Okay.
other thing. Page 1 is attached to the.
Okay.
Well, exhibit D, it's in the new
Okay.
exhibit D. That's all.
I think essentially the answer to the question for who is the designee, likely to be me.
Okay, and then, Speaker Curley, to your agents today, it appears that we will have to have a change in the wording here. I think the second part of that question was if those outlined tasks in exhibit D are achievable by that date, Speaker Curley, you could have your agent respond to those questions from.
So thank you, Madam Chair, and respectfully asking, I think every, when we consider issues of appropriation, for me as a sponsor, I'm always respectful to, you know, all these amendments and where there's that time frame. I think each one of us, our council members, always have the expectation for the purpose and programs to meet that deadline. So I don't know if there's an option right now we're giving to them, but then at PS get that specific time frame was good. Or we always encourage it, but it's even earlier.
Thank you, Speaker Curley. Before we go to legislative council, and I do concur with the speaker. I just want to know, I didn't hear, or I think the question was, we wanted to hear from the program manager to see if they, I don't know if they've been working on this, I don't know if they're, what the status is, on some of these items that are in the condition of appropriation.
Okay, just do that specific question, I'll go to Chief of Staff.
Legislative council such as, you know, what the law requires, that's what I'm trying to attempt to do.
All right, thank you, Speaker Curley. The committee needs a bit more clarification from legislative council, so I'm gonna go back to legislative council.
Thank you, Chair. So the question that Delegate Roddy is posing is not to disrespect any amendments and conditions of appropriation that was made at the Notification Committee. Delegate Roddy is trying to explore options to keep the condition of appropriation in the comprehensive budget. The specific issue is 12 NNC 820 R4. It reads as follows: prior to the approval of the conditional appropriation, the Navigation Council shall consult with the director of the program required to fulfill the condition, as well as the Office of the Controller and the Office of Management and Budget. Okay, so we have some questions as to whether a consultation actually happened at Maui. It appears that it did not. The code further provides the consultation shall include a discussion of the feasibility of the program fulfilling the condition, including within the time period proposed by the council and any alternatives to the proposed condition. And then another key factor is immediately before this is 20 R3, and it specifically talks about the program director of program task with fulfilling the condition. So the code contemplates not a division director, but a program manager or program director being tasked with fulfilling the condition. So that's what the first part of Delegate Crotty's question satisfies. So from this step, okay, what legislative council does is we take all of the oversight committee budgets that were approved and recommended to the Budget and Finance Committee. So we're gonna take all of this oversight legislation and then craft a document to reflect the COAs and legislative concerns. And so before we do that, we want to make sure the comprehensive budget legislation has met the criteria. I wouldn't be comfortable including a conditional appropriation in the comprehensive budget that hasn't met the criteria. So that's my understanding of what Delegate Crotty is trying to do, is to make sure that Office of Legislative Counsel doesn't have any issues when it comes to drafting the COAs and comprehensive budget resolution. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Lowell, for further providing explanation. Speaker Curley, the question that Chair and Professor Cardi posed with regards to the content of those conditions of appropriation. Chair Cardi, if you want to restate your question, would you like to hear feedback on whether that's feasible by that order? Chair Cardi.
No, you guys should know the song. So to tell me that I gotta respect this committee. Even respect the law.
Okay, so this personal, this was classified on the DS.
Chair, at this point, I imagine that I'm gonna be signing with the comprehensive budget resolution. And that means that my signature goes on saying that it's legally sufficient. And I have information at this point that the consultation didn't happen. My concern is that I could not sign this legislation, including the COA, as legally sufficient. I would prefer, so Delegate Crotty asked me what could happen. So there are a couple things that could happen. I suggested one thing would be to try to, what I said, rehabilitate the amendment made at Navi. So I suggested the consultation happening here would satisfy that particular provision in the Appropriations Act. I also suggested that the committee could just strike these and then not put them in the comprehensive budget as it leaves the Office of Legislative Counsel. But then the sponsor of the proposed COA could then attempt to add it again at council following the consultation process. I don't remember if I had any other suggestions, but those are the two things that I thought of. So I thought the best way to capture the intent of NAMI was to try to rehabilitate it. So it was my suggestion that since the presenters are here in front of the committee, that this is the proper place where it can be done, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Lowell. Well, if we have to rehabilitate an amendment to clear this up, I'm gonna floor over to the speaker and to the presenters today. Mr. Beecher and speakers here, agents, if they could review the exhibit D of the request from the Navigation Committee by the deadline and provide a response today. Mr. Beecher is welcome to provide a response at this time, so that we can hear more about the work that's being done. Otherwise, recommendation for a report back to the KSU.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. Now we'll refer that question to your chief of staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. With regards to these amendments, the conditions of appropriations. Yeah, I haven't talked to anybody about these in particular, and I think it would be helpful, and I guess I would want clarification from legal counsel. We would need to have OMB, OOC, and then the program designee to sit and talk and confer on this particular COA.
Mr. Beecher, and to Ms. Lowell, I know she's gonna respond, but in the FY 25 budget, when we did consider a condition of appropriation of the Office of Management, Budget and Finance Committee outlined the expectations by the quarter. For instance, I'll give you an example to Mr. Y'all, where we considered a condition of appropriation for Office of Management and Budget was to find a location for the Office of Management and Budget to relocate to because of the state that their office was in by the third quarter. And so with that discussion, and further trying to accomplish those goals that being posed to the Office of Management and Budget, there were some resolutions and legislative concerns to work out in that consultation. So discussion, I feel would be appropriate here at this between the Budget and Finance Committee and then also yourself, but I think it's this whole.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, certainly, OMB is seated right behind you. So, you could start, if you had any financial considerations that needed to be discussed with OC or OMB, then this would be the time to do it. It's not necessarily every COA, is going to have budget considerations. It could be, for example, providing a report, which may or may not trigger budget implications. But as it seems like you've raised your hand as the chief of staff, the person who is going to step into the shoes of the program director, that seems like you would be the person to make that decision who all you needed to consult with in order to get a response to Delegate Crowdy and Chair's question. Sure.
All right, thank you. So we are going to have this consultation here and now, Mr. Beecher. Speaker Curley, you're just going to respond again to the question posed by the committee to see if these are feasible in the status of these items, because the condition of appropriation is for a report. I think for the report back to now, we've got a first quarter. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll refer that to the chief of staff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With regards to how it's written here, it says by the end of the second quarter, the responsible entity shall present a written report and oral report if request is did not yet the committee regarding the completion or ongoing status of the above request, and I think that's feasible. For number 2.
Yeah.
By the end of the first quarter, responsibility, written report and oral report request, if requested, okay, yeah, I think 1 and 2. For the reports on them.
Okay, so back to the members of the committee, Mr. Beecher confers, Chair, Mr. Rash, you have all questions. Okay. No. All right, Kristen, do you have any questions?
Yeah. So I have a issue with the first one to the extent that seems internally inconsistent. The first one reads, the president or his designee at OPDP shall complete the following tasks. Provide the vice president with staff and supplies to include 4 executive security, 6 staff assistants, and adequate supplies and equipment for the vice president and her staff. Okay. And then you keep reading, by the end of the second quarter, the responsible entity shall present a written report and oral report if requested to the Canty Committee regarding the completion or ongoing status of the above request. So that's what I mean, that's, in the COA itself, it's internally consistent. So the first part of the COA reads that there's a very discrete, specific task that's to be completed. And then the second part asks for a report, but really the thing that this COA is getting at is not developing a plan, which would be a reason to put a report together. The COA is actually asking for a very specific task to be completed. I guess I'm not following, what the report would be, achieving, yeah. Either you can do the task or you can't do the task. So this is, the time to, I think, discuss the issue of completing the task, not so much doing the report. Sharon.
Well, are you guys ready to omit the portion where it says report?
So the report, so here's my thing, okay, so it says, okay, do this task, okay. And then it says by the end of the second quarter, the responsible entity shall present a written report. If I present the report, I completed the COA, so is the COA to do the report or is the COA to do the task? So I don't know what it was that I didn't draft this, so I don't know what the discussion on the floor and not to was at the time. Just reading the first part of it, it seems the COA is more task-based than report-based. So, for example, if I were to the COA doesn't read the president or designee is to put plans together to.
Oh, Ms. Lowell, this is a COA form created by the Office of Legislative Counsel. The limitations of this form is a report. So if the council delegate requested for an action to take place, the Office of Legislative Counsel has to modify to fit council delegate's request or provide reason not to. It's my understanding that the council delegate that offered this amendment wrote out the request. The form was created by Office of Legislative Counsel. So the conflict is Office of Legislative Counsel didn't consult with the council delegate in the request. I don't know whether you're advising the committee at this point to omit read the discussion about the report, because no council delegate has ever. We take the form as it is from the Office of Legislative Counsel. So what is, I don't know the reasoning behind why the Office of Legislative Counsel limits their COA to just the report. I don't know that. There was no discussion with me or any member of the Budget and Finance Committee. So that's something, issue Office of Legislative Counsel has to work out internally. I don't know the reason behind that. However, I can leave it to the committee, whether they want to omit that portion for its report. If they want to omit the portion where it says a report, then we can go back to consultation to pursue the COA to complete the action. So giving comments. Elected chair ever testifying whether you want a report or you would like an doing one.
Thank you. So for the record, I'm not the sponsor of this amendment. I did not chair or contend the committee. I'm just trying to follow an application law. So I'm no longer interested in trying to rehabilitate this condition of appropriation. So the sponsor and the delegates need to comply with the Appropriation Act, whether or not whoever made an error Because, they're asking the budget and finance committee to approve. And we've been finding errors on all the oversight committees, so this is just another. Another error from the book, so I'm not really taking any.
Thank you, Chair, and Professor Heidi, so we'll get to that about whether the rehabilitation and the rehabilitation, what happens to us, right? But it's time to go back to Chair, Professor Heidi, to continue questions on the legislation.
Okay, appreciate it, we're still waiting for budget forms and OEP, everybody's concurrence. So I wanted to ask, the executive office is here. The Navigation Veterans Administration has not presented their budget oversight. So I'm gonna create a legislative concern. For the last 10 budgets, the Navigation Veterans Administration Office has not submitted a timely budget, the timely accurate budget. Every year, there are some challenges with that budget. So my legislative concern is chief of staff, the junior program manager at the offices, for you to develop a timeline by the end of first quarter this fiscal year of how the Navigation Veterans Administration will be submitting their fiscal 27 budget. So that they could be accurate and timely. Delegate Lester, Yazzie, myself, and Delegate Antoinez regularly meet with the controller, and the committee has met with the controller and Jeremy Din, our investment manager, regarding Veterans Trust Fund. And there's a clear communication gap on how the Veteran Trust Fund are the process. From the set aside to the investment, to the annual report that the controller office provides to the Veterans Office on what's available. I don't know if that what creates the delay, but that's why I would want your office to investigate and provide best practices so that we don't have continuous delay. Because if they haven't heard the oversight, I'm not sure when that's scheduled. And we're scheduled to complete our oversight hearings by Friday. I haven't heard any plan on how the veterans budget will be processed. And so, so that's when they can live soon. So, Mr. Beecher, my question to you and your team there tonight is, what is the plan to get the Navigation Veterans Administration budget into the comprehensive budget? Because it needs to go to the oversight and it needs to be presented to Budget and Finance. And we have 3 more working days. Wait, it's interesting, right? And we have committee schedules, like not a can't get ready for like health on Monday. So I think that's a critical question I would want to raise and get some feedback. The committee here had agreed to provide an additional $3 million to the program. And we also have not yet seen how the program budget those dollars. And that was for Delegate Lester Yazzie. And so again, communication, I'm not sure if ONB has those budget forms that we can see before it goes to HES oversight. I just like to see the budget to make sure we're all on the same page. Or if any amendments need to happen and we quickly need to schedule some kind of oversight hearings to pass that budget. Vice Chair, or well, I'm sorry, Chair, those are my questions to the sponsor. Yeah, they don't get control, please, before joining us. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Chairman, everybody, let me check some OMB to see if, we have it moving along. And so, how are things looking?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. I just gonna present form, so I'll send it over to you.
That's good. Welcome, Council Delegate Arvin Mitchell, thank you for being here. Looks like you are the co-sponsor of the hands floor to you to respond to questions and your issues here. Mr. Mitchell, or Delegate Mitchell, the yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, Budget Finance Committee. Those on the ATV question, I'll refer to my agency. I believe there's 2 questions. Wait, I'll be ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mitchell and Chair Crowley for the question. With regards to when you're gonna go to oversight, I'll have to make that call. Next time we go to recess, I'm gonna reach out to them and see if they've got something already scheduled and find that time and I can lay that back. With regards to the $3 million you've added on to the budget, you haven't seen, I guess, the budget legislation that added in. You plan to spend it. I'll follow up with that too, find out, when we'll be able to see that. I would just ask OMB if they received it already. I know that it's been a bit since I've signed their budget, so they may have it already, so. Thank you.
I know I haven't done that, I haven't done it, let's.
All right, thank you, Chairman, everyone, everybody, and to the request of the committee, Mr. Beecher, the committee is requesting to send over the copies of the budget that you signed for the Veterans Office. Send over those budget forms from the Office of the President and Vice President, just so that we can take a look at that, and I don't know about the executive job. Hasn't heard, but we would appreciate if somebody, but has to be to get that process in possible. We are to the committee to ask questions. Everyone, everybody, right?
Okay, appreciate it, Sharon. Alright, Jamaican. So tonight, last, let's see, spring session, we had an opportunity to formally ask questions to the office and receive response. Appreciate that, it worked well for myself. Something that I want to add as a legislative concern is, so the program manager would be chief of staff, Mr. Beecher. And this is related to the Office of the President executive staff that are assigned to missing and murdered Indigenous people. I've sent a memo at least 4 times requesting a response. And so in that memo, it's so I would need a request by first quarter to navigate the committee, because that's what the task was under, and to respond to the memo that's asking how many navigation program-based advocates provide services to families of our missing and murdered relatives. A follow-up with law enforcement, so that's the Division of Public Safety, which includes criminal investigation, police department and Department of Emergency Management to complete their section of the tribal community response plan. So President Nygren signed the 2022 PCRP, which is no longer current, back in May. And so I'm asking, we met with law enforcement in September, the council chambers, 10 months ago, we're gonna wait 10 months for that section to be completed. And then in that memo, because we have a staff that's assigned to NYP, The families would want to know what's the process. That's the whole thing with PCRT. So when dispatch is contacted and that internal process, we need that whole organizational or process chart updated. And how the executive staff plays a part in supporting the family. So that would be my legislative concern. It's a memo, and I'll forward that to our staff. This could be resolved today, I believe, but I wanted to raise it to your attention here. Since, you know, let's see, I usually follow up on things like every 2 weeks, so it's been 4 times, we waited 2 months. So, if we could work together to get that done, and, we start having conversations specifically on what are some of the needs of, MMDR under the action plan. And so I'd like to make sure you're receiving that information. Because I appreciated in President Niger's budget message, did identify and highlight the MMDR task force recommendations for this fiscal year. So supporting big room services in Arizona, Utah, and Mexico. And also funding for Four Corner Search and Rescue. So should I still need to know who's gonna, I say like sponsor, what executive program is going to move that contract through the process for Four Corner K-9 Search and Rescue? Is it gonna be the Office of the President and Vice President? That's in your budget here. And OMB needs, this is something, a major error that they need to fix. Or it's going to be under the Division of Public Safety. I just need a budget unit number, so that can move through the process. Just want to raise to your attention, I'm still looking for the unmet need for the Office of the Prosecutor. Their victim advocates need vehicles. And my hope is that we could find that funding and provide that in those critical services to the Office of the Prosecutor. So I just wanted to give you some time, bringing that to your attention. I'll send the email, I'll just bump it up again, I'm gonna put bid request or whatnot. And would just like to hear some feedback, Chair, with that legislative concern. We do meet, our task force meets like the core team or like the action team meets every Tuesday from 8:30 to 10. So it's consistent, but we're not getting back those consistent feedback from executives. I just like to offer on how we could enhance that coordination. And I think if your office can help coordinate that through your executive staff assistants, that would be great. Chair?
Thank you, Shannon, Chairman, Member Councilor Carney. Before we ask Mr. Taki to note those legislative concerns, I will go over to the sponsor, Delegate Arby Mitchell, and his agents to respond to the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll return it over to the agent to respond to Dr. Crow's questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and you, Honorable Mitchell, and thank you for the questions, dear Crowdy. With regards to coordinating with the meetings and et cetera, with executive staff assistants, I think. I want to introduce Yolanda Francisco Naz, if she can stand up please real quick. She's one of our executive staff assistants. She does have plenty of experience in the NMIP area, and I think I'm gonna work with her and Yolanda to try to coordinate and get some of those coordination on the meetings together. With regards to the thank you. With regards to the Four Corner Search and Rescue. It seems that to me that when I looked at the legislation, it's a grant of $250,000. The question will be, who's going to administer the grant?
Contract.
The
They get a contract. Yeah, they get a contract. And they just move that contract through. And the nonprofit administers it.
Yeah, the contract to give the money out, I think that which program would administer it, either OPVP or DPS. I believe I put in the email that I responded to that I was comfortable with either. I think that DPS, their concern was, well, we have K9 units, we have these other things, but it's not particular like this. I'm happy to potentially move that grant. I think what I put in the email was, if you're funding it from the $5 million you've appropriated for NMIP, if you move that over into our OPVP area, and I guess it's the OMB function, we can administer that, and I wouldn't have any issue with that. In fact, I think Yolanda and Ms. Francisco has to do well, making sure that we understand what they want to spend it on. And my understanding is we've created a template of what the funding will be used for. And we shared that with DPS and said, if you end up taking it, here's the budget, and if we end up getting it, we can use the same budget. So accordingly, it's basically mapped out. It's just the purview of this committee and the council, whether they want to put it through OPDP or DPS. I would just ask that if we fund it out of that $5 million that we've appropriated. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Beecher, for making that clarification and the official. To go back to the committee to ask further questions. Chairman, you ever been right? Pleasure.
Appreciate it. I'm gonna need legislative staff who can help me with an amendment. Regarding, so what we'll need to do is an amendment to move funding. What's a new business unit to the Office of President and Vice President for Four Corners K9 Search and Rescue. I'm concerned because the Division of Public Safety is already saying they have a K9 unit, which they do. I think in your response back is to let us know who are they communicating with when they provide those searches. Because Four Corners K9 Search and Rescue, I think are constantly out there searching. We sit on the state task force together. And so I think if we could, I've never received a report from Mr. Cleveland regarding the K9 for an application. I know that we advocated for it, but this last year there's been no communication on how that K9 is deployed out. I think that's also a concern with the Department of Emergency Management, because in the TCRP, the Tribal Community Response Fund, they're identified as the lead agent for a search and rescue. I sat down with the program manager, Ms. Sandoval, and we have requested for DEM to provide a report to the task force, several locations, staff who have developed how many correspondence we've had, and we've been unsuccessful in getting Department of Emergency Management speak up on how they're gonna search and rescue happens here on that function. So if we could get that information, I think it'll be beneficial for everyone. So staff will be moving new budget unit into 10/30/01, the Office of the President Vice President. And moving it from the business unit, Division of Public Safety, NMIP unit, because that NMIP unit, this was the challenge of tonight. Office of Management and Budget asked the Division of Public Safety to develop that budget, so they have a $5 million budget, but they have no staff, so they were gonna ask for like 12 vacant positions and all of this capital. And I let OSB know that we had already made the recommendation. It's on our NMDR task force report that was passed by council in spring. It's on Dr. Bruneiser's budget message. So I felt like leadership, we had a clear idea, but when OMB worked with the Division of Public Safety. So now what we're finding ourselves is just kind of moving those dollars. So I had to amend to move dollars to Division for Children and Family Services for victim services in Northern Arizona. We're working on a similar amendment with Department of Health, the Department of Health Service, and so now this will be the third amendment. It's kind of you. That overview, because there is gonna be a challenge. I received what was passed. For, that was presented to the oversight, and it's still $5 million. So I need to talk to O and B because they were supposed to work with, Division of Public Safety to modify, because right now they're over allocated. Because we're moving money to different executive programs, so they no longer have that 5 million. But, nobody from O and B or Division of Public Safety reached out to try to get communication and clarifications. So we're kind of doing it amendment by amendment. So. I had another legislative concern. I wanted just to bring up in general. So if I could get a response by first quarter of the year 26 is the plan for right of ways on the navigation. I know this is impacting our FRF projects. And so what's the third plan for navigation to like restructure and to get their right of ways completed? I also had challenges, Delegate Charles and myself with Highway 64, just getting that right of way modification. We're days away from $50 million of federal funds. So that's gonna be my third legislative concern. Again, that if that could be completed by the end of the first quarter, I would say that quarter would be given to not get kids, because it impacts all of us. And FRF projects that are under the office of the vice president, I guess organizational chart. I think at this time that those are like the three critical things in terms of moving forward. I do want to state that I'm concerned about this LTIP program. It looks like their HSA, I don't know if it was a designee or permanent resigning on Monday. And so what's the plan to support the LTIP program? Just to make the basic needs of our elders. And I haven't heard back in terms of how we're gonna move forward with the scholarship program. So if you could put that on your radar or assign a staff to work with us in terms of what does that look like for the future if there's a reduction in federal dollars and the impact that's gonna happen to our students and how the NAV Commission could look at some innovative ways to either fund in the front end scholarships or is it in the back end assisting with student loans if they're working for the nation. I think that's where we'll have to talk about how we could shore up this brain drain that we have here on navigation. I think those are areas that I've read in the council, the president's message to the council that I'd like to just highlight and say how we could work together. If you could let me know what staff are assigned to those different areas and then to coordinate to be invited to those meetings. Just so that we could coordinate what will the funding or any amendments to the laws look like. Chair.
Thank you, Shadow Chair Amber Friday, members of the committee. I wanted to mention that OMP and the program work together to update their exhibit C and D. Mr. Saki, could you work with the committee to get an amendment prepared to update these exhibits? And I believe there was a request, we're gathering further information before those legislative concerns gets notified. Chair Amber Friday, did you still want to offer that legislative concern for the report back to the kids regarding human mind?
That'll be for the comprehensive, we're still just gathering it. But and I sent out 3 requests, sorry, since May 22nd, so it's still 2 months. May through July, yes.
Okay, six following. Okay, go back over to our sponsor and the agents. Our agents, I know Mr. Beecher's taking break this time, but our agents prepared to answer questions.
I can answer questions about the budget.
Okay, thank you. I know Mr. Beecher can answer questions regarding the substance of the programs, but regarding the budgets, I believe, Chair Amber has already had several questions about business units, so I'll hand the floor back over to Delegate Mitchell and his agents.
Are you done with your amendment on that?
Which one?
11:30:01.
Thank you. On that indication, the policy side, but I believe there's, the first one was the amendment. For the new program, which is also, this is vice president, that amendments we worked on right now, and then also the second request is to a legislative concern or right away. There were some comments that were made, questions that were posed on what's the support for Deltex. Then also going forward, the plans for scholarship, just in case that the federal funding is decreased, and then also staff assignments. Those are the questions. This one.
When I was listening to the question for the delegate, I just, yeah, Delegate Mitchell was just handing the floor to respond to questions.
Was it the same question?
Yes.
Okay, so we're working right now with OMB to see which object code to transfer that money. And I'll answer in 1 second as soon as I can finish this.
Okay.
Sir, answer the rest of the questions.
Yeah, sure. Delegate Mitchell, I know you just co-sponsored this legislation, but I don't know if your agents today have prepared unmet needs from the Office of the Prosecutor. That was a part of the first set of questions from Chair Crotty. I think right before you were back, or maybe you were sitting in the audience when that question was asked, but I didn't hear an answer to that.
Yes.
And then I know she's had a line of questions about programs and potential legislative concerns. But I'm just check with you as a sponsor. Did you get the question regarding the scholarship program? I have scholarship. I have the report back to implement navigate on the MIW. I have what's happening with Deltex and HSA designee. I also have the discussion between the divisions, Department of Public Safety, K9 unit, and the Office of the President, Vice President grants. If Mr. Beecher could follow up on some of those questions. But Mr. Mitchell, I feel that you probably have all the questions. In case this isn't something more likely. We're working on that. I think that super amendments, and it's one not amendments to the body. We ask third party can add the technical amendments and third. Mr. B, for Mr. It's a little closer.
Oh, hi, Chair.
I'm sure you can trust me, but I guess some of them was to be true. Like, very. Oh, Honorable Dr. Edina back there. Honorable Dr. Edina, Chair Emerson, Friday, that I will do it on that veterans budget. Mr. Chris Beecher's gonna send us the budget forms. So I just want to inform you on that. Delegate Mitchell, pleasures.
Thank you again. What I make you appreciate, I'll have Mr. Peter respond to those questions. The first one was the amendment, you're working on the amendment, moving monies around. And that will be OPEP. The second one is the legislative concerns on right. That will be done by, we're school again, right of ways for roads. The main one is, in New Mexico. The other one is Deltas. Like the third, corresponding is scholarship. What's the plan for if there's a reduction in federal fundings for students? Then, the staff assignments for public safety. And then also, DEM. Then also there was a unmet needs request for us people. Those are any questions.
Where's your housing money going? Is it this list or
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Honorable Mitchell, thank you for the question. With regards to legislative concerns, the ROWs. We've had multiple meetings here in the last couple of weeks, but I think more importantly, is the last one over at NCUA just last week, I guess, yeah, just last week. And we're meeting with the Inter Controller, NCUA and DCE. And DOJ trying to facilitate a fix to try to get the ROWs fixed much faster. And we have a couple follow-ups if there is.
Future, the budget and finance committee did not concur to a different controller. Right now, he's still the controller. That is for.
So I'm gonna back up here. At that point, he was controller, and so we can call him that. But the specifically with ROWs, we've got some reports that they're running, like reports Mr. Halone is providing to the entire group that NCUA needs to help move forward. And essentially that we're looking to try to fix the ROWs much faster than the first quarter of this thing. So I would say I'm in agreement, we need it done like now, right? So I'm not disputing that, and I would just say that the fix is currently being worked on. And I'm looking forward to it because it's gonna help us with the ARPA money expenditure as well. With the Doltex programs that somebody had designed, and I'll have to look into that. I wasn't aware that somebody designed under the program level, but I'll find out and make sure that we flag that. Okay. And then with regards to the scholarship program, reduction of federal funding, loans and scholarships, I'll have to reach out to Zoe and find out. I know it's been on our radar for a bit already, so I would say that we follow with them and make sure we were flagging that as well. The staff assignments for public safety. Are you saying from my office, staff assignments to public safety?
Communication.
Communications, okay, yeah,
But like, I don't want to say organization, the process chart.
the process chart, got it, okay. Yeah, and I think that, when we look at public safety, there's always better communication that we can have, and so I'm definitely in line with trying to make sure we do that. I think most recently too, not only the communication from OPVP and programs to programs. Meaning like if there's some sort of emergency over here that the programs are talking to DPS and that type of communication. I've also noticed that there's communication issues. That sometimes stem from inaccurate information being posted online. Sometimes it's from communications only going to like next of kin or one person, and not everybody gets the information, so they feel left out. I've seen that happen over a couple times over the last year. What I'd say is that we could always try to improve those processes, and I know that sometimes some of the answers just won't suffice to anybody. They want something very specific, and we have parameters to work on throughout that system. But I acknowledge that we always want to work on communication from our programs, you know, in its entirety. So I appreciate those comments with regards to public safety, and I do appreciate the work of Director Henderson and Chief Silversmith, you know, our fire chief, our DEM, all of them in this last few weeks with the 10,000 acre fire. We've seen a lot of each other, and it's critical that we not only have good communication within ourselves, but we get even more prepared going forward, especially with ICS training, making sure that we set ourselves up correctly. And I think that as admirable as I feel that the group overall performed during that emergency, we can always improve. And there's always ways to try to make things better and be more prepared for the next emergency because we don't know what's gonna happen, and so I want to be prepared as well. But I appreciate that. With regards to the unbendings of the prosecutor's office, I will have to look into that. I'm not sure if they have anything on it that I haven't seen. Department of Property, not Office of Public Defender, right? They would be in the DOJ, but I can reach out to DOJ and find out.
I have it, I just wanna let you know.
Oh, okay, perfect.
I'm gonna work on it.
Okay, thank you.
So we all, budget for everything's.
All right, thank you, Mr. Beecher, and Jill for responding to the questions from the budget and finance committee. I'm gonna go to the Office of Management and Budget for an update on the updated information. Ms. Osi, could you further explain the changes in the alarms for us?
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The revised exhibit B. Is the changes. Column D. Are the amounts from the modification committee and Budget and Finance Committee. Which came out to the, $535,000. $532. And we go to business unit 103003. Navajo Land Commission. That's a difference of $8,189. The next business unit number is 103021. The Navajo Youth Advisory Council. That's a difference of $44,196. Business unit 103022, the Native Iranian. That's a difference of $89,685. You go to the revised exhibit C. And those are the changes according to the amendments. And
Thank you, Ms. Osi, for reading that into the record. Mr. Toski, how that amendment? Is that the legal amendment?
Yes, that is fine.
And the, what's that?
That is fine. The exhibit change. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, Amendment 1 to legislation number 0156 that includes the technical amendments and the exchange of exhibit PSC was being mailed out at 12:49 p.m.
And then for Chair Price, we're still working on that. Is someone still working on that? All right, let's go with amendment number 1, Vice Chair Slater, could you review that?
So why not?
I just, yeah, just one technical amendment to slug on exhibits.
And then the technical.
You can look on here.
No, not the money one, this is technical one.
It's the swap out the.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking.
It's not the money one.
Yeah. So that's just the one. Yeah.
It's very good with the liquid.
The man.
Yeah. I is the one that goes.
We check the map.
It changes the title. Then it also solves out into the H.
It is, and it adds exhibit H, which will be the committee report, budget and finance. Which I made an error in drafting the template. So I'm probably pretty fast.
All right, members of the committee, that amendment language was sent out to the budget and finance committee. Would anyone like to offer that motion to amend the legislation?
I think we would be next, yeah.
All right, I'm gonna recognize Delegate Lester Rossi for the motion for amendment 1, second by Delegate Shirley Rossi. For amendment number 1, Mr. Potter, sorry, read that amendment to the record, Mr. Potter, read that amendment to the record.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee, this is amendment number one, legislation number 0156-251. Replace the current exhibit B and C for the executive branch with the corrected and updated exhibit B and C to reflect the budget amendments reallocations by the Budget and Finance Committee and the Audit Committee. 2, page 1, line 25, insert new paragraph C as follows. C, the Budget and Finance Committee is a standing committee of the Navigation Council authorizing recommendations to the council on the budgeting and management of navigation funds. 2 in C sections 300A and sections 301B2. The Budget and Finance Committee is specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the navigation annual comprehensive budget for each fiscal year. 12 in C sections 840A. Read page 2, line 8, after exhibit G, make the following changes, strike through period, and insert, and the Budget and Finance Committee's report shall be attached to exhibit H, 4 lines to page 2, line 17, insert new paragraph C as follows. The Budget and Finance Committee approves the nomination of executive branch fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibit A through E, and then the Budget and Finance Committee report exhibit H as the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendation to Navigation Council for the including of the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. Page 2, line 21, insert new paragraph E as follows. The Office of Legislative Service shall attach exhibit H to Budget and Finance Committee's committee report that reflects all amendments made to this actions, exhibits and amendments. Exhibits and budget finding documents is approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. 6, read number relating to specific paragraph sections and exhibit as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service Office Council authorized to make technical edits, including recalculation totals related to amendments and an exhibits its intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language. Any of the amendments which language shall be performed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 run into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Toppy. We do have a motion in a second. Before I go to the committee for questions, I wanted to check with Office of Legislative Council, Office of Legislative Services, and OLB, just to verify that these numbers are correct. Before I take that final vote, Mr. Toppy, are these numbers correct according to the amendments that have been considered and passed by the legislative bodies?
Madam Chair, members of Budget and Finance Committee, looking at the total calculation is currently correct, but I'm going to go live solely on Office of Management and Budget.
All right, thank you, Mr. Toppy. Miss Kristen Lowell.
I didn't calculate anything, so I'm gonna have to rely on Office of Management and Budget. Chair.
Alright, we're gonna off the management budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Budget Finance Committee. Yes, the amounts are correct according to the amendments. Thank you.
Alright, thank you, Ms. O.C., Ms. McJade, and Ms. Tom. We do have OMB providing these numbers to the Budget and Finance Committee. Again, that motion is by Delegate Buster Gowsey, second by Delegate Shirley Gowsey. Members of the committee, does anyone have questions on amendment number 1? Alright, hearing none at this time, let's go to roll call vote. Delegate Norman Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Norman Begay votes green. Delegate Shirley Gowsey, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Gowsey votes green. Chairwoman Aaron Nesbitt Craddock. Chairwoman Aaron Nesbitt Craddock votes green. Delegate Lester Gowsey. Delegate Lester Gowsey votes green, and Vice Chairman Carl Sutter, how do you vote?
Red.
Vice Chairman Carl Sutter votes red. We have 4 members voting 1, 2, 3. 4 members voting affirmative, 0 opposed, mixed, or 1 opposed, 4 members voting affirmative, 1 opposed, mixed, all motion carries. Members of the committee, you have updated exhibit forms to reference regarding the numbers being calculated.
Yeah, between quick. So I just think this.
Yeah.
Unless everything's all same.
Okay. Thank you, members of the committee. Again, now we have new exhibit B and C to reflect all amendments made thus far from the oversight committees. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions? Delegate Mitchell and his agent answered the last round of questions. Does anyone else have any questions for, okay, Delegate Shedden.
Good afternoon, everybody. I do have a question on budget. Thank you for bringing this to us. For the Navajo Washington office, there's a budget form 5, no, page 5 of budget form 4, sorry. In the description, there's in parentheses, even out of balance from fiscal year 2025. Can you tell me what that means? So I think I might know what it means, but I just wanna make sure. Let me know, but you, how it's in the budget, for instance, in the budget. And then, let's see, there's in. The Navajo Youth Advisory Council, in their budget form 2. I know in not, yet, we did move money. And when I look at budget form 2, we now have about $44,000 the proposed budget. But there's not anything in terms of the performance measures. It's all blank. I don't know if the. I mean, it's good. I know I see the performance criteria, but it doesn't say when they would be meeting the goals. And then in the Office of Navajo Public Defender, I think you have your personnel. I think you might have a typo. You might want to go back to check it. Just when I look at your, again, just the listing shows the number of individuals, and they have a temporary employee, which comes up to 16 total. But when I look at your budget form 4, under your regular positions, 7 positions. But I'm thinking when I look over here, I'm wondering if you mean 9. I don't know if you check your, you might say a typo. Is the math the column C, it still does match up with the listing, so maybe you can check that also. Let me start with that. I'll go and try to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Sharon Gowsey, I'm gonna talk to the officer, Delegate Mitchell, and the legal to respond to the question.
Say, you know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the one I think can you give there's 3 questions. I'll have my agents respond to these questions. The first one would be Navigation Washington office. On page 5 of 12, going forward. We push to that form. The second question is Youth Advisory Council Form 2. Your blanks. And then the third question is Office of Public Defender. On personnel position.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mitchell. Thanks for the question. Yeah, we appreciate that. With regards to NWO, we asked if you could be online, because there's very specific questions like that. I'm not sure if you guys have been seeing them online. Or if we can have any, it's Vince Redhouse.
Yeah.
Okay, and I will defer to him on that particular question. It's regarding page 5. The question was a definition on, in the parentheses, right at the middle of the page, that even out of balance from fiscal year 2025 equals $26,385. So that'd be the question, what does that specifically mean? Delegate Yazzie, that you can reach those, but we want to get clarification on, just to make sure. I will defer over to Mr. Rao, please.
Thank you, Mr. Beecher. Mr. Redhouse, are you on the call?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Redhouse, I'm going to be with Heritage these budget forms. Did you, but I'm sure you reviewed them. Could you please provide clarification to the Budget and Finance Committee on what the even out LOT4 representations of the description of justifications represent in your budget forms, budget report?
Yes, of course. And thank you for the opportunity to speak and to answer these questions. So the budget that I inherited had a number of negative items due to both the CR and decisions made by the previous executive director. We have been working with Budget and Finance Committee on a unmet needs request that is still pending. If we get that unmet needs request, there would be no need to even out any of the negative items from FY25. However, even in the event that we do receive the unmet needs request fully, we would still request to retain the full budget that we've requested for FY26 in order to return to normal operations. And so that's when you see the even out balance would be if we do not get the UUFB request, or we only get the partial UUFB request, then we would use the FY26 numbers to even out the negatives that I inherited and continue at the reduced operations that we have been operating at since I've taken over to try to get this budget under control. Does that answer your question, Delegate?
Thank you, Mr. Redhouse. I'm going to go back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Delegate Shirley, now if you have any follow-up questions. All right, thank you, Mr. Redhouse. The members of the committee don't have any follow-up questions at this time. Members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions on the legislation? Three questions from Delegate Shirley. Oh, yes, to respond. Sorry, I'm looking at various program and magnifying glass for that Washington office budget. Delegate Mitchell recognizes agents, Mr. Messenger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Mitchell, and thanks for the questions, Honorable Yali. With regards to the Navigation Youth Advisory Council, there's still, my understanding is they're still being asked to try to find members. And the reason they had zeros on it is because they didn't feel comfortable. They don't have a youth council putting anything other than 0 until they have those positions filled. So that was the explanation that we received. With regards to the question on the others, we pass it over to my fellow agent right here, Marcia Lovell.
Thank you for the question, with regard to the Office of the Public Defender, the budget actually went through LLC and they did revise some of it. I did not see budget, so the revised version of it, so once I do, I can provide that in you, and I do if that's okay with you. Hello?
But yeah, but that's in regard to, you know.
You just sell some more forever, I think the batteries are going down a bit.
Well, thank you. We do have Office of Public Defender here. Can I turn that over to? Our response?
She's here, when she put answer, maybe, if I'm just asking those typos, then I'll go back and. Yeah, since it's just compare.
Mitchell, you recognize your agents.
Good afternoon, members of Budget and Finance Committee. I'm Courtney, I'm the ASO for Public Defenders. To answer your question, delegate, or honorable delegate, that is a typo. I did look at it, so it's going to be 9 positions at 2080 hours and 6 vacant positions at 10. Thank you.
That concludes everybody. If you have questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell.
Then after we do our, then the first time, then we go back to think about.
I'm gonna go back to Delegate Sherman Housing for questions. Everything was answered. Alright, Chairman, ever guess what do you have any questions? Oh, if you're not ready, is. Well, that's sent out to the committee, Kristen. Was Delegate Carney, so that is sent out to the committee.
This is just completed, and so I'm gonna do my review, and then I will have that in seconds.
You need one more question. Alright, Chair, ever done.
Okay, so, I do have a question regarding, just for clarification with the new, with it B and C. The budget binder, and I didn't have enough time to clarify, so. When you presented this original budget at Navakia or budget, unit number 103001, the Office of President and Vice President. Did you have 42 positions? It says 42 positions last year and 42 positions this year. So I need clarification, because money was pulled out of that business unit number. So I just need to make sure, and I just got all of them, I didn't go, there's 42 positions. But it does look like that at 2088, and all of them have the employee ID number. So I just wanted to see if there was an increase. So though you have the same number of employees beyond what was moved out, there's an increase of almost $1 million with the same number of employees. So can you help explain that increase of $895,594 to your personnel? When I look at part 4, it's the same number of positions budgeted last year. And that's the difference. So I need to understand the increase, because I'm not seeing it specifically in your budget plan. So Chair, I'll start with a series of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadow Chairman, and as for Carly, we'll move backwards to our sponsor and his agents, Delegate Mitchell.
Okay, I'll go ahead and put a question to the agent.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mitchell, Chair Crotty. To answer the questions, those 42 positions from what is this year, they weren't there the entire year, so the increases the difference between having somebody funded fully for this next fiscal year and, the positions that are all basically accounted for part of the year. For fiscal 25.
Okay, we're gonna need budget forms from the FY 25 budget, and then, we need to compare it to the FY 26 budget. So if, this little here can provide those budget forms, budget form 3 from the FY 25 budget. How much the staff was paid, because on the surface, of course, I've read the rule where this would be true, you're gonna provide the full truth, nothing false. But we need to see that in numbers to show that you budgeted half hours for last FY 25. And this is what you're presenting today, the FY 26 budget is the full salary for the whole year. So we need that breakdown further. Chair, ever has a question, questions of that while they're preparing those documents?
Sure, it looks like our amendment is ready. So I appreciate legislative staff for helping with speaker's office, OMB and the legislative council. The email was sent out at 1:18. And this would be for the four corners section. Four corners canine search and rescue. Chair will make the motion.
Yeah, PQ, Shannon Sherman, neighborhood has read Friday, and I'm going to go to Mr. Tati to read that proposed amendment into the record.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 2 to legislation number 0156-25. One, it directs the program is to update exhibit B and C. Amendments from business unit new / MMIP object code 4000 new supplies. 107,000 object code 5500 new communication utilities 5,000 object code 6,000 new repair and maintenance. 5,500 object code 7,000 new special transaction 2,500 object code 9,000 new capital outlay. 130,000 for a total of 250,000 to business unit 103001. OPVP Four Corners K9 unit, object code 6,500, contractual services, 250,000 for a total of 250,000. The funding amendment is to cover funding shortfall. 2, renumber, release existing paragraph sections and exhibits necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, Office of Council are authorized by technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and an exhibit to implement the nomination council's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any of the amendment, which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, that's amendment number 1 running to the record. Number 2.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. With that, members of the committee, a motion established on amendment number 2, do you extend it to the motion? Second by Vice Chair Carlstader. Members of the committee, are there any questions on amendment number 2? Hearing none at this time, we'll go to roll call vote on amendment number 2. Delegate Romani Gay, vote screen, Delegate Shannon Yazzie. Delegate Shannon Yazzie, Chairwoman Amber Knazber-Crotty. Chairwoman Amber Knazber-Crotty, vote screen, Delegate Lester Yazzie. Delegate Lester Yazzie, vote screen, Vice Chairman Carlstader. Vice Chairman Carlstader, vote screen, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, motion does carry, and amendment number 2. Members of the committee, we're back on the main motion. Does anyone have questions to the legislation before the committee? Chairwoman Amber Knazber-Crotty.
Okay, thank you. So, the first part of my question was regarding the budget form 3. We have 3.6 million. I'm trying to see if the budget form that I'm looking at reflects the amendment in exhibit C. So exhibit C does identify specific positions. So I need to make sure. Are those positions no longer, are they taken off of budget form? Budget form 3 or something? That'll be my question, Chair, just trying to make this all match.
Thank you, Shannon Sherman, the request to try to go back to our sponsor, Doug Mitchell and his agents.
Thank you. All for the agent.
Thank you for the question, Honorable Delegate Tony, I followed the directive from Nazi and DNF exactly, I pulled them from those position numbers, so essentially those positions right now are not funded according to the budget forms that you see in front of you.
I did raise that. I need to ask you, I still need to read it. Can I ask?
Alright, thank you guys, little, we go back to the budget and finance committee for additional questions, Chair, when you're recognized, but Patty, you're recognized.
Well, yeah, appreciate it, so I'm looking at budget form 4. If you need a minute, that's good, because we're just trying to make it up. Did you need to talk to Mr. Beecher?
Oh, no, I wanted to make sure that I did reiterate that those positions are available personnel in those positions.
Right, so that's what the chair, that's what I'm getting at it, okay. If they're filled. So this is the thing. If they're filled. And you count them on budget form 3. Like this is your budget for positions. You no longer have that funding. To fund them at 2088. So budget form 3 needs to be modified. Because if we're gonna restore that funding. We need to know that information. Right, because my intent is to fund personnel with filled personnel positions. But in budget form 3, it looks like everything's funded. So are all of your positions, however you move the money. So all of your positions now are funded at 2088. Thank you, Chair.
You, Shannon Sherman, with your request regarding the work to, Doug Mitchell and his agents to clarify that, because in the budget 5 years in front of us, all positions are at 2088. But Mr. Mitchell, if you could, have your agents clarify, they did internal budgets, revisions and, just let us know if the personnel currently fully funded, that's what they presented in the budget package today. Doug Mitchell?
Thank you. Before I refer my question to my agent, I think the personnel that you're talking about is 240218. They took 8,189 from that position. Then the same position for 44,196. Then that same position 160,560. The question is, was there any modification to that position made? Then the other one is position that is in 96. And then also there's a two position. One is in 12, and there's another one in 44. So first question to my agents.
Okay, so, thank you for the questions again, I appreciate it. For the position numbers that we drew money from, they are funded until the end of the fiscal year 2025. Now the budget form 3 that we received, we did not receive that full budget form 3 until yesterday at 5:05 PM. So the pulling of the money from the position numbers that are listed on here, according to the directive of Navi and DNF, was still based off of that budget form 3 that you all saw with all of those vacancies. And I thought just, from my opinion, that if I could not show that the budget form was full, like we didn't have any numbers, like Madam Chair Parrish said, we got to see the numbers for it, that I wouldn't be able to, I would have to pull from those because that budget form 3 was showing. So I did get that updated budget form 3 yesterday at 5:05. I can't change them now because I can show you that they're filled. But to answer your question fully, they are for fiscal year 26. The money is being pulled from those position numbers that you see on that list currently for fiscal year. Does that make sense?
Alright, Delegate Mitchell and your agents were gonna need updated budget forms to reflect the deduction, or I don't know, also, I believe in that sense, is the amendment, it directed, or Navi directed, the executive offices to update their budget forms for it came to budget and finance. However, it doesn't look like that was done, as time is this week.
Thank you, Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. So when the executive office, office of the President and Vice President presented their budget at NAMI, the Form 3s, the 5 positions that have vacant, they actually have, they're occupied, they're currently occupied. So the Form 3 was not updated. So since from Navi to now, PAFs have been updated by DPM. So therefore, they provided an updated Form 3 with those 5 positions as being occupied with the 2,088 hours. Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Sosi. I believe this is your first future came of budget and finance, and we asked for those updated Form 3s. It was not given to us today, but that doesn't change the fact that those Form 3s were yet, they still need to be updated based on the budget and finance committee and the ESP committee's amendments. We still need to see the variations of hours that those, but that those personnel positions are funded, so we need that like right now. Chair Professor Friday, I don't know if you have additional questions to that point, or otherwise we can recess it even more time, or do we need to do more questions? Did we, alright, ask the programs to update that, can you have someone from your office to update that Form 3? We need that as soon as possible. Director Sherman, ever Professor Friday?
Okay, appreciate it. So these forms that are in our budget binder are not updated with.
This is not reduced on, right? So you just want me to send you
So
the
tab one
that shows it's.
for the record is what was presented at NOM. And we updated budget Form 3. Which should have been presented, which should have been updated at NOM, right? So this is the NOM document. What we're saying is that directive was to update the budget forms. The amendments, because that money is not available for these positions until the amendment. But I'm not sure how to move forward on the amendment for those field positions without having that information. So that's where I'm kind of stuck right now, and that's why usually we'll go by budget Form 3, and it lets us, sorry, I can't see part of the budget Form 3 will help us understand, okay, what was the cut, what was the impact if now that's a field position? I'm just trying to say, maybe if we could have a better way when we recess to develop an amendment to fund those field positions with their fringe, so that we're consistent. So that I know what that number looks like, because then I'll have to look with funding to balance it out. So that's the reason, usually I'm able to do this in statutory, but with the information right now, I can't. I was thinking maybe we could just add up everything in exhibit C. Or like if it was removed from that position, we would have to go, like for example, exhibit C. Start with the first one, restore that amount to that position. We could do that, but we need to find this money for Navajo. So then maybe the better question is, if these are all filled. And Navajo Land Commission Office has an unmet need of $8,189 for their filled positions. What's the plan from the office of the president and vice president? I guess with all of these on exhibit C, because these are all segregated to build positions and not having enough money for personnel. So let's have that conversation and then we can start making it, so staff, Mark Carlos, you guys. Let's start with the first part of the amendment is. I don't know the first part, if that's taking from, but taking two is restoring this money to these field positions. And then we'll work with, office of president and vice president staff right here. Cause I will need to know that total, gosh, you know how we. Yeah, we're like little whistles, right? Search engine rating the budgets. I mean, there's extra money here, you just gotta find it. But I do wanna say, Shania, when reading these budgets, these are very high paid positions. I counted over 7 positions over 100,000. I have not seen this kind of salary anywhere with 42 positions at a premium. And what this has created is to have your other programs not have enough money for their personnel. So that's a leadership and management decision. And so I'm not exactly sure how that was communicated. One of the best practices we saw was like the Division of General Services. They saw one of their programs was short personnel filled positions, so they modified their internal budget to cover that cost. Like, I think you can get from one program to another, and then they just contract their unmet needs. So that's the challenge of looking at the office of the president vice president's budget. Because the way that this is presented, looks like you gave your office the $3.1 billion increase. And haven't really presented a plan on how to fund all of the, I'm just talking about build personnel positions. So if I could get that thought process, that would be helpful, because I'm gonna walk by the bench. Because what we saw were programs that, you know, still not, all of these gym issues happen. We really got an OMB, because they're supposed to be monitoring and enforcing of them. So if you wanted to repeat your positions like everybody else, there was no plan on how to budget for those positions on that commission. The Department of Human Resources, they have the report, but in April, they sent it to us. This is how much every entity needs for their field positions. So there was data out there and programs know their budgets, but they still chose, I mean, even I voted red against legislative branch because they chose to fund operating and not fully fund the LDAs. So this is across the board. I haven't seen judicial budget yet, but we have to go to place to fully fund employees, like they sign PAFs. I know that it says unless there's, you know, funding available, there is funding available. It's just not being budgeted for those positions, and I would want to see like, what's the update on the employees union? So I think at this point, our employees need like an advocate. Because we've been waiting for EPM to finalize that salary study. And hearing from the division directors, the challenge it takes for salary increases, I think we need advocates. I mean, if you could provide that information, I saw a press release one time from President's office on the EPM, but I don't see what's start negotiating technique. Because right now, it appears that it's this committee really looking into trying to figure it from their employees. And I'm not exactly sure. I'm gonna look at what's the authority of EPM, not releasing that information, so that we could fund the salary increases of all of our information employees. We've been waiting, I think it's a year or two, and it's frustrating on my end. Because that's a great move in the right direction. I think everybody can agree, we just need that information. Thank you, Chair. Committee members.
Yeah, thank you, Shannon, for working as a part of meeting the floor of the words, Mr. Mitchell and to the agents, Mr. Mitchell, I don't know if you're supposed to be agents here, need additional guidance on providing the documentation requested to the committee regarding.
Before I turn it over, let's see if I understand what's being requested here. So this is the amendment. And now my agent are saying that all the positions are filled at 2088. So since money was moved to other departments, we need to make an amendment to bring these positions back to 2088. Because the way I understand, the Fry's question, so there's 7 positions that we need to, modify the budgets for. That's the way I understood the question. I'll turn it over to my agents.
You see the note with the calculation for the hours too. I don't think about that. Yeah, I understand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mitchell, Chair Crowley. All the positions are funded to 2088. Let me step back real quick, but the employee union, I'll have to get some updates on it. I haven't heard anything in recent weeks. I did have a conversation with Executive Director of DPM, excuse me, of HR, Lucia Toddy last week. And she told me that we're about 2 weeks out from having the salaries being completed, like something tangible that we can use. So looking forward to that, right? And so I would advocate for increases across the board for all tribal employees, because we're woefully under the standard rates for the region, right? And that's kind of what we have to compare it to. I think otherwise, there's also federal funding that comes in, and specifically it allows for higher rates, and I think that we should really look at that and advocate for those federally funded employees to have rates of employment that are on par with what they're allowed to have, and not artificially hold them down. And I think that's the direction we need to go. I think instead of having, let's say, social workers go to other, maybe come here to train and then go to other areas because pay is higher, I'd much prefer that we have social workers that make more than, or at least equal to the regions outside the county and the state and the cities, to try to attract those types of employments over our way, rather than continue to lose folks like police officers and social workers and all the other government benefits. So I would advocate for that. With regard to budget form 3, as my two colleagues to my right, I think if we can ask for a quick recess to let them make the adjustments they need, so you can have the form in the form 3 or budget form 3 in the way that you'd like to see it. I think that'd be amenable for us to just let us coordinate, make sure we get it correct. But I do understand the question that you're looking at. My understanding is 5 positions that they pulled from Navi that were they're occupied, right? So we need to make those adjustments, and I think it's needed a little bit of time for these my colleagues to work out. So that's the request.
All right, I'm gonna go back to Chairman Eric as the Friday, thank you, Delegate Mitchell, and your agents today.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Judge, Delegate Mitchell, for sponsoring and co-sponsoring this legislation. One thing that we need, Judge, is, when we're going through the budget binder for political appointees, I noticed their salaries are increasing, but there's no documentation to support. So originally, division directors are given an appointment letter, It's my understanding the salary is negotiated. But help me understand, so if I can get a copy of all of those appointment letters, because it'll help me understand when they came on board, what was their negotiated rate? And then if it's increasing, what's the best practice to notify that there's gonna be an increase, right? I'm not sure how much flexibility you have with political appointees with salaries, but that also takes away from, non-political, employees, because you have to cover the cost of that salary increase, and you're using that same pot of money. So we might have to look at different ways of how we fund those increases for political appointees, so that our non-political employees do not have to, something beyond such, like they're bearing the brunt of that, because if you increase the salary and you're not increasing, in other areas, there's an imbalance there, and I saw that specifically with the Division of Natural Resources. The division director let us know that he received a raise, his deputy received a raise, his attorney received that increase, and one of his other staff in his office received an increase. And then there was no evidence of any non-political. Well, I don't know if the attorneys are, I don't know their status, I think they're at the. If you really did see that then trickle down to the other employee, because that kind of is our problem on why we have such a low rate is. Either we have to start out with a mandatory pool, right, every year we're gonna do a cost of living or, and then one of your interim directors, specifically Carol, recommended to the committee to just incorporate the federal pay scale. I don't know if that's ever been talked about, but, so I just wanted, that's kind of an observation, but if I could get those appointment letters, thank you, but not getting you to. I wanted to make an amendment, and we didn't have the appointment letters from the division directors, and the ones that are at the maker. I think I could get that later.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, as everybody, again, this is official agents. The committee's asking for the appointment letters and the salaries that least that your division director started at. Just because, we want to make sure that at least there's documentation, we don't know if they're over budgeting for themselves. We don't know if they are creating those budget changes, because we don't have documentation that's in the directive from the president's office. At this committee, I don't know if the oversight committee received that, but there was just an ominous increase in some of, and the increases are not consistent across the board. So it just varied, and that would be helpful to the budgeting process. I don't know, Chair Crowdy, if you want to comment back on that, that's a request, just to provide that information. Responsive to the sponsor. You get that information, it doesn't have to be said.
Thank you. That was gonna be my question, when you need the what?
Right.
Letters.
Well, the budget, they give the information in 24 hours, right? With my therapist.
What is it? 24 hours, yeah.
I have to look at the procedures, obviously, those questions.
By Thursday, might not be right, is it? Remember we're working on that amendment?
Appropriation procedures.
Maybe by Thursday, because it might be a council next week, I'm not sure. But that's why I put it in my amendment, because I didn't have the previous one. Actually.
All right, so we can look at that. Let's 24 hours.
So that'll be the appointment letters and then also.
Yeah.
Plus the access on the notification of increases.
What's the number? Yeah, because there was some that was like 20,000, but then the other one was 50,000, and then there's just like kind of all over the place.
Certainly. Yeah, what you need.
Yeah, we have been posted always on Friday. We also have it just depends how far we get today, I know. Who wants to get to with those LOC budgets, and then you have to revisit, so. I don't know what speaker has for you guys get, likely, depending on how much work we get done today and tomorrow, then, we might not even meet Thursday, who knows, we're planning. I'll go back to the committee for any questions.
Oh, see, everybody, do you have any other shot? Okay, yes, one. Yeah, I'm working on babies. Let's go to health now. So we were, and Victor on the line, could you guys need some insight on, community or legislative concern? We're trying to tighten up Navajo Nations, representation in, Washington and our federal partners. So, let's see. Judge, are you ready? Legislative concern? Okay, by first quarter from the office of president, vice president, for the office of president, vice president. Shall consult with appropriate council committees and subcommittees before issuing state and federal statements. Second legislative concern, by first quarter, well, this is all to Maui committee as an oversight. Office president, vice president, any newly created positions funded through general funds must comply with the budget instruction manual and the Navigation personnel policy manual. We don't have an approved organizational chart for the office of the president, vice president. So it's not clear when you created these new positions, if that was followed. And I asked Department of Human Resources for that information. Because not easier oversight, and the plan of operation hasn't been updated since 1989. It's not clear because it's been, so last fiscal year, you created these new positions, I think it was 17.
Well.
12, and but the bin requires that there's an approved organizational chart. But we've never seen that, so these are kind of the themes we're picking up on. Because OMB should be enforcing that, DHR should be enforcing that. So that's gonna be a legislative concern on how we do, create positions. So we'll start with the office of the president, vice president, and then we'll look to see and ask our colleagues if there's been other positions created, just as long as they're complying with the BIM and the PPM, which is being amended at HES. Then a legislative concern, by the end of first quarter fiscal year 26, the office president, vice president. All contracting and procurement shall comply with Navigation Procurement Act. And have that report update to non-executive committee. And then we'll move on to the Washington office. So legislative concern by fiscal year 20. First quarter, the Navigation Washington office, right, so it's not even their website, the Washington office shall utilize or shall. The law says, okay, so the Washington office, use the council approved resolution priorities. So we want them to integrate, so on their website, they have. The president, Dr. Nyland's priorities, it's his administration priorities, and then there's like a cover letter. And, you know, politics or, you know. The challenge there is, the president said that the council is just has the authority for the legislative process. That's not what the law says, it says we're the member body. So I'd like to use this opportunity and the Washington office can be that vessel to get us, to get the nation united on how we want to address federal issues, federal and state issues. I don't think the Washington office really knows the state issue, but let's use this opportunity to figure out how we can incorporate or look at that resolution, the federal recommendations that was approved that month, and incorporate those positions, and if there's areas that we, like the council or the president's office cannot negotiate, then let's figure out a way we're gonna move forward. Because now what we're seeing is Gallup Indian Medical Center, prior to the administration, has been approved at different locations. And now what we're seeing, my understanding from some of the budgeting is, although we're first on the facility listing, we were skipped, is my understanding. So I think that's a glaring example of when that information leadership is not united, the federal government will use that to their advantage. And so I just wanna see that I wanna open up this conversation with the Washington office and talk to Mr. Red House, on how we can do that. So with the legislative concern, that's for the Washington office, to pull that together. Those would be the legislative concerns. Yeah. And so we'll need a recess for their amendment, if we, I don't know if Madam Vice President has any reflection or any additional comments, if you want to say that we have to, so what are we gonna do about exhibit E, Chair? I don't know how you want us to move forward, so that we, let's find out, see the questions at this time, please.
Yeah, I think Sure will answer this, but regarding exhibit T, I spoke to Office of Legislative Counsel, and at this time, the committee can leave the exhibit T as amended by Navakias, get, out of respect for Navakias, get, however, this goal is, after the consultation that was provided earlier, is only gonna recognize the second condition of appropriation as the project program manager was able to respond to that. And the first one would be up to the sponsor of the condition of appropriation to seek consultation, but if no consultation is provided, as the sponsor had led that amendment on the floor, then the advisory LLC is not to recognize that. We can leave it as part of the report from the committee, so it gives the opportunity for the record, for the sponsor of that amendment to say that that was part of the discussion and that was gives it, and then if the sponsor will follow up with the Office of Legislative Counsel, the program managers here, and also the council to provide for further talks with on this condition of appropriation. I would leave it to the committee. I don't think that it's necessary to delete it at this time, as is part of the recommendation from that PSC. It will be up to the sponsor, Philip George, to hold follow up on that condition of appropriation regarding the consultation. Delegate Shilling.
Thank you again, everybody. I wanted to go circle back to the National Washington office and then the term even out of balance from fiscal year 2025. Could I request for a written explanation and also confirmation of OMB and controller? That's not allowed with every. No, I don't think it is. I don't see it in here. So that's why I think
Thank you, Delegate Shirley Yazzie. Ms. Tanya Associate, could you provide the committee further advisement, and Ms. Tom's here, how you all go about receiving those budget forms that say even out, trying to mitigate a balance from the previous fiscal year. What does that look like on your end? How does that look like receiving those forms? Is it allowable? What are the parameters Is that germane, are you accept, I mean, clearly you accepted the budget forms, but now it's the legislation, so council delegates are asking you. Is this acceptable, if so seems Tom?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Just kind of giving a little bit of, history of what has been going on. Of course, we went through the CR, the continuing resolution. So when FY 25 budgets were entered, it really put an impact with the Washington office in a lot of negative balances and deficits. So, they're thinking, and why we put that there is, that for the FY 26, that it was gonna balance that out, but for 25, it's still in the deficit. That's why we're requesting for the new FP funds for 26, and I did inform them that that's a new budget year and a new fiscal year for the new allocated amounts.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure if they understood my the information that I was presenting to them. Madam Chair.
So see, are you saying, we're just asking about the budget for here? Are you asking the program to modify it?
Madam Chair, yes, the budget forms would need to be modified to delete that information.
Okay, so we have the Office of Management Budget Advising Committee that the program will have to take out the FY 25 sections of their budget before Washington on this.
Madam Chair, just the information that is there, that says even out. Program by holding fine. Yes.
Okay, sounds like the Washington office has some homework. OPPP has some homework, I don't know how far they are on their updating their form through. How much time do you all need?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? Ready? Not good. You 30 minutes, well, if they take it out, okay, they take it out. Then we also have to fix the personnel, then we gotta find money for that, that's gonna take another like 2 hours. We're part of, you identified. So that's what we take about, I say this whole amendment will take like a whole hour. So we can give them time to work on that, give Washington office time to work on theirs, and then after that. I'm sure if you have other amendments too for the Washington office, because when that came out, then there's gonna be less money in there. For that amount, I don't know if they're shifting around things, but you can definitely propose amendments to cover that percent short. So you can propose different opportunities if we use some take those budget funds. So Delegate Mitchell, I think there's an opportunity for program here to make some changes to their budget forms. It will take it sounds like a few hours to make these changes, but I trust as the sponsor of this legislation, you're gonna work with the program so that they can make those adjustments. The committee at this time may consider tabling this legislation for a revisit. This legislation hasn't been tabled before. So what that just, all that means is once this is tabled, the program here, yourself and our staff that are working with the committee can make those adjustments to the budgets. Mr. Bishop, your office and comments.
Thank you. So what I understand is that, the first amendment to the budget is. 608,532. That's what I got from the personnel. Of OPEP to be moved to other positions. So we'll redo the budget forms. Then the next step is to find the monies. Find the monies to cover the 608,532. And then the second one is. Take out the even out Washington office.
All right, thank you, Mitchell, members of the committee, does anyone have any other last questions, comments, or recommendations? Vice Chair Sutter?
Thank you. When we met with the presidents at the beginning of this year, calendar year, to discuss the budget. He wanted to push forth for some sort of, I don't know if he called it a deal or something like that, and then afterwards. In correspondence with Navi, the council said, oh, well, the budget and finance committee, the council reneged on the agreement that we made. And there's no agreement that was made. It was an incredibly manipulative act to try to throw the committee under the bus, but essentially what he offered was that the committee would give him his staff assistance. And then in place of that, he would stop charging for program activities of the office of president and vice president to programs in the executive branch. So using their program dollars for OPEP activities and, including travel and other things. And I'm curious if your office tracks how much you use of other program dollars for OPEP activities. I know these are things that are located within the executive branch, and there's argument been made about their appropriate use or whatever, but this would inform the memorandum that went out from the president's project controller, the former controller of the cave, saying you can't use program budgets without their permission by another business unit or program. Because it just diminishes the whole point, or you said this, paying of the council diminishes our whole appropriation power, money can move anywhere else, so. I guess I wanna hear your thoughts on your attitude of staff. Sand Paul's no longer there, Steve's no longer there. How are you running the office to do these things? That's still an ethic of the office that we're gonna charge travel and program activities to individual navigation programs. It's just so hard for me to take any part of this budget process seriously when we just see shenanigans after shenanigans after shenanigans of budget transfers. And that includes this, like. There's 40 people in addition to the president, the vice president, and there's 7 Valley Private who are making over $100,000 a year. And other administrations have not had that issue of trying to attract talent to come work for the nation, so I've said it before, I'll say it again, like, it just looks like it's gearing up for a campaign activity instead of delivering real services. I have yet to have one of these staff members deliver. An example would be Navajo Warriors Fund. I don't know how many different iterations of people interacting with the United States Veterans Administration, interacting with local commanders just to get things submitted. This is not elite performance. And over $100,000 should be elite performance. That's what my constituents are saying to me is like, why do we have 40 people over there? We don't even have a drive to the senior center. So I want to hear a response on that because it's not just over locally under, various salaries or this or that, or like, okay, the amount of funds that the navigation handles is similar to San Antonio. It's like, okay, well, if you go to someone who's making $150,000, $120,000, San Antonio, they have accountability when their job isn't delivered. And I mean, I don't know why people have left the office of the president, vice president, but it's never been conveyed to the council that those were accountability actions. It's just that they left. So I'm trying to help you out with the Washington office situation right now with the reg. But I mean, we still didn't have a response from the president's office on that. And that's just like abject financial fiscal mismanagement. Hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you say, oh, they got messed up with the CR and all that. Because they weren't paying attention to what they were doing. They were spending willy-nilly, and you had all of them come back for the President's State of the Nation address in January. You had all these people come back and fly back and forth. All the staff and paying for pins and all these things. I want more of an assurance because we're the audit committee, and now we're dealing with a whole bunch of stuff that has blown up recently. That really seem to be organized out of the office of the president and vice president. Like, why should I have faith? Why should now the people have faith in any of the people sitting in front of me right now? Like, no one says this, I think, in a committee meeting. And it's like we're all just dancing around this. Meanwhile, there's like millions of dollars that I don't know what's gonna happen. We have to be careful because of the legal repercussions here, but it just seems like a farce. Meeting with Central Agency Council this past weekend. I mean, I don't know. I have to get that out of my chest because I just have a lot of people who put faith into my work on this committee, and we're just annoyed at the performance of the guy. I mean, performance, not delivery program objectives. Like, it's just performance. So on those two items, is fiscal management going to be approved from the president's office? And help convince the NAVO people that it is. And then two, is there still going to be this habit of using individual program dollars? You know, we have people here who work for different programs, so there's still someone who's still employed. But DSS, Department of Children and Family Services, you know, that I texted a couple of days ago, or sorry, I texted, they texted me, the vendor who, from Page, the people who bought the air tour operators, the president took the private flight. You know, they still haven't been paid. There's one bill. And then Mr. Cody said, okay, well, that's me, I asked them, I'm not going to do that. They still haven't been paid for that flight. But it's the president who took the flight. So I mean, where is that shared responsibility? And when is that going to get taken care of? I mean, we're now past it in 2 years of fiscal year that would have been. I just want more than an empty platitudes, that's what it seems like it is. I have serious reservations about how DOH purchased that building. I don't know why there's a photo of you and the president and Portage at the opening, why it's there. You're saying, oh, this has capacity for action. Why he's involved, why he was running around the controller's office of this past year, trying to get money for Zen. I don't believe that you don't know anything about improvements to people's homes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater. I'm gonna go back to the sponsor and to his agents to respond to questions.
Thank you, and I'll refer that these questions to OWB.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honorable Mitchell, and thank you, Vice Chair, for the questions. You know, I would respond with, you know, I think that the people that are working, they have pays, they're proper pays, that's not being overpaid. I think that we have 42 people right now working on the executive branch from OVDP. And I think that's on par with, we've got 24 delegates, 24 LDAs, staff, it's comparable, right? And I think that we should recognize that. I think as I stated in the previous NAVI committee, our travel is comparable. But I think we get back to your question with regards to the memos the controller put out. I think that, yeah, I think we want to have agreement. I sign off on the fact that let's get agreement from the program that there's cost sharing. Right, and I think that when, especially like something like travel, if a council delegate or the president or somebody else travels for the benefit of a particular program, they should be able to share in its costs. And I know that some of our executive branch programs pay for the council delegates to travel. And sometimes we utilize that same method to pay for the president to go on a certain thing. But I think it's appropriate, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But I do believe that the programs need to agree just with the controller's memo stated. And I'm in agreement with the controller in that regard. With regards to the flight that needs to be paid for, I'll look into that. I don't have any details on that. And with regards to the way the building was purchased for NDOH, I think you could ask DOJ about the property, the propriety of that. They know that they can bless you. I know that they review all the contracting, they review all the methods, and it goes through the arduous 164 process. And it was bought with funds that were there, you know, assigned out and ready for the people they're intended for, right? So I think that when I think about that building, you know, to me, it's a great achievement. And that's why you see a picture of me out there smiling in front of it, because we're fixing something that was wrong. Right, Rainbow Bridge with the whole thing that happened with that, where we had bad actors in the valley, in the Phoenix area, taking advantage of Navajos, Native Americans, putting them in conditions that were horrible, and using methods to defraud access. I don't agree with that, and people came up to me and they said, why don't we have our own operation to do that? And so that's what we did. We came up with a way to fund that building, a way to create the operation, and to be quite honest, have an operation that's reimbursed to us so that we can operate off the monies from the state for the people that were taking care of it. And so I don't want to cast any shadows or doubt on the propriety of that building. I think it's a good thing for our Navajo people to have resources. And so when we pick up the phone from a programmatic level and say, I have a Navajo person in need, we need to send them somewhere that we can trust for either sober living home, behavioral treatment, addiction. We should own those buildings. We should have that. We should be able to invest in ourselves in that regard. So I wholeheartedly disagree about any improprieties for that building. And I understand where you're coming from, and I acknowledge that, Vice Chair Slater. I know we kind of sit on different sides for many things, especially like the veterans home. We're trying to fix that. We're on the same side. And I know that you were in our offices across the street, meeting with our deputy chief, trying to solve these solutions. And I think that rather than cast stones or cast doubt on the integrity or anybody that's trying to fix the problems here, what we should do is try to work together, and I stand ready to do that. You're all welcome to come over here. I hope that I'm welcome to come over here. You guys are welcome to come to my offices, and let's work together to try to find a solution. Right? We can disagree on certain things, but we shouldn't be disagreeable. And I value your input, and I value everybody's collective effort here to make sure that we're working in the same direction for the Navajo people. But I'll end there, but I just want to say that I stand ready to try to work out those differences and, you know, work together for the benefit of the people. Thank you.
Is that place open now?
I think it's August 1st.
Sheila Faymore, I'm sharing on this independent for something for you. Can't long realize most on people and see Kennedy. Roshia, I think Katie, thank you so much for your questions and your comments, and also to the rest of the Budget and Finance Committee. As on the Friday had mentioned a little while ago, what are my reflections of what I've heard today, what is going on today? And
More batteries. Almost. More batteries.
I'm gonna change. Hasilo is on the listening to what's going on and what I see. I did finally receive a copy of the budget for the executive branch. Rather disappointed in the fact that I received it until now.
I'm looking at it and. I used to be an executive assistant in some big companies. I would never give something like this to my boss. I'm disappointed. And the questions that are asked are very simple by, Arnold Slater. Who is this person? That question was never answered. And I apologize for that on behalf of the executive branch, Arnold Slater. Even I asked that just a little while ago, who is this person that they're asking about? I wasn't given a direct answer. We do need to be held ahead of the law or accountable as the executive branch. We're looking at 42 people that are employed with the executive branch as executive staff assistant. I did see the salaries of some of them, and as mentioned by on the body, there are more than $100,000 being paid to 7 individuals. And I can understand some of it because it is a tough job that the position are in as they work for the amalgamation. And as president of the amalgamation, there should be a good amount of support for this individual as he or she goes out and travels to the nation. As vice president of the amalgamation, none of these executive staff assistants are assigned to me. And I don't get, I probably get maybe help from 3 of these executive staff assistants. Very rarely, not every day that I get help from them. I'm right now trying to get ink for my printer. Things like that is what's happening over there. It's continued to happen, as I had mentioned a couple of years ago on council floor. As I looked through the list of executive staff and I saw the vacancies that were there, I sat here and I thought, hey, this would be my staff assistants if they're vacant. Recently, I've been working with chapters in regards to virtual attendance. And I had to have assistance from a volunteer help me find the legislation that the council passed in regards to virtual meetings with our chapter. And in all honesty, I'm tired. I have to drive myself everywhere. I have to go everywhere by myself. When he has 42 staff members helping him. He has EPS that drive him. So for him to not be in attendance at some of our meetings, to respond to the people and to respond to this budget that is out there, I don't see an excuse for it. Yeah. I'm here today to say thank you to Arnold Holt for making that amendment into the budget legislation in regards to asking the president to give me staff and EPS and executive staff assistants, and also for supplies, and I appreciate everybody that supports that. It would be wonderful if everything was shared in that office budget. And again, I do hope that we get amendments and everything done to where you need it to be done to be able to pass this budget. We need to answer questions. We need to answer these questions, and I hope that the OPVP staff are listening to me right now, that you need to answer these questions. These are not just questions for the delegates, these are questions for the people of the application. Well, I shot it, I need not she not to go answer the questions. We're tired of it as Navajo people. And that is what Nyberg and Montoya said that they would not do when we campaigned. That is what our people voted. Area, I see, that's what I observed, that's what I see here. They had not kind of established how I council nowadays.
Right, thank you, Vice President Montoya, Delegate Mitchell, and your agents today for responding to the questions. I'm gonna go back to Vice Chairman Carlson if he has any follow-up questions.
Thank you. I guess I just want to say, I feel like I spent 18 months of this turn, bending over backwards to try and help the administration, every single thing I tried to do. Ended up just something blowing up, not because of anything bad, but it was getting funding for workforce transformation presence office, which is that for other purposes. And no, the entity except for big school, this will be help out. I pray they'll be able to help with that initiative forward. You know, tackling systemic issues, those are, I brought solutions and resources. And contracting out healthcare provision, substance abuse, mental health counseling, those things diminishes our capacity as a nation to actually deliver the services. I know that I think Dr. Gransler was fired because she did not want to engage in that activity here on campus. It just seems like anytime there's an opportunity to have a problem aligned with government services, we've gone out of our way to do that. So building, we contract with another party to do that up here. You know, I want to see that capacity grow on the nation. I just hope that we can rededicate ourselves to people, you know, because I've shared this before from being on HESS until now. The biggest deficiency in government is lack of accountability, right? If you goof up, you just get promoted. You keep going higher and higher and higher. You know, you screw up another government agency, you might have getting axed or forced out. Warriors home, is anything? Don't keep going. But I don't know how we enforce accountability. And with the simple budget fix, right? You got 40 people. Some of this stuff, I would say, it's hard to follow across different things. You got 40 people. You think one of them would, between two of them, they can figure things out and correct budget amounts, so what's going where, and all that. Or to help out the individual programs navigate this process. I mean, how many budget forms have we had to correct on like simple things, like not reading the bin? Yeah. If the bin says that all employees who are currently employed have to be budgeted for, then everybody in the executive branch should be budgeted for. And if they're not shown the position, then what, it's 1044? I mean, it's like an accumulation of things throughout this process that are like so simple. It's like, okay, well, the whole branch or the whole office is distracted. Like, who steered the ship? Is that on purpose? Like, why can't we just do the simple things right? Like the budget. It's not super complicated. There's some aspects where people can butt heads on things and get political, but at least just doing the forms right in the first place seems like a reasonable request. I'm not really sure who has the budget expertise in the office from not just filling out a form, but reading the bin. And I know that OPB said, you know, we worked with budget finance and the office of management budget, OPB being the executive branch of government, to develop the bin and provide input into it. I didn't think it would be such a big deal to then deliver what we need to out of the bin. I don't agree with budgeting and things. I've said that a million times. This is a waste of all of our intellect to go in my opinion, it's not anything else. But in my opinion, to go and analyze the global travel, this and that, the coordination should have the program objectives, have the prerogative of the management there, and try to deliver those objectives with an amount of funding, and use data to inform what that is. Instead, it just becomes all this vagueling with people complaining about travel, which distracts other people from actual service delivery. I would welcome any amendments to this budget process to make it more coherent. But the reason all these different measures have to stay in here is because of this lack of accountability. The Washington office over expenditures, not having money for the rent. Like every time I want to try to initiate some sort of reform, I keep getting hit with a reason not to do it because of the actions of this administration. You know, whether it's not paying for contractors, having different programs pay for stuff, and I agree, it's fine. I mean, apparently other delegates are traveling other programs now, so that's fine. The only time I travel on other programs is for the investment committee. Otherwise, it's just out of the council account that I'm in pocket. But I'm never gonna go to NDOH and try to shape them down, or go to Children Family Services and try to shape them down, it's money that should be going to service. So. It's fine if there is that cost share, but the reason that we had that conversation with the president was that. Just give us an accurate number for like. I hate that travel as the example, because it's such a stupid thing that people get fixated. Whatever it is, I just wanna know what the accurate number is for the president's office, so that we can have that be a good baseline going forward. That we can measure performance and delivery based off of that number. It's not like some sort of assault on whatever, but everything has always been interpreted to be this like anti-9 anti-whatever, who's putting them up to that, and not how many times we've seen Patrick do that. Oh, you're just sitting here on so and so for that, you don't have your own thoughts or mine. Any sort of legitimate analysis is just immediately thrown out the door like face to politics. And that's what the president did in the leadership meeting a couple of weeks ago. Talking about feelings instead of facts. We both of it. So I want the government to level up. I'm talking to you because it's an opportunity to say it on the record to hopefully have some accountability on it. And I think with this budget, you know, just like in the last one, so we want to throw all the priorities up on the board, and then we can pick and choose on the collaborative ones, how we can deliver them. Whether it's higher pay for employees, which again, if you're making a difference between working in Phoenix or 60,000 and working in Navigation 55,000, your cost of living is totally different. If you look at those regional things, I'm very curious to see what the output is going to be from this new study. Because I myself have gotten looked at a lot of, it's not terribly outlined, it's lower for a lot of them. But it's not like orders of magnitude different in terms of compensation. I can't find this. So. I just hope that this office internalizes this and care about the things I'm saying about, talking about, but. I'm not here as some political partisan, whatever, trying to diminish his chances at re-election, or whatever the heck people think all this is about. I have a fiduciary responsibility to other people. I have thoughts about why I think the government should be organized as it ought to be, and to step together, and accountability is paramount in all of it. I just don't see any accountability, and it's a big feature of my criticism of former president, is that he's too loyal to his people to the poll. Do not see any legitimate criticism of the operation, I'd say DSS for instance. You talk to me the shelters, not as big as those improved much, but it was like being in the jungles of Vietnam trying to get a freaking invoice paid so they can help people who are in the most tense and difficult situations in their lives. And now we've given under DCFS those shelters 3 months to spend money. It's $500,000 under most recent. That's what I talk about the accountability, right? But the accountability for 164 is exclusive to the executive. We can't like legislate it any clearer. You need additional resources in terms of people that actually move things through the system and review them. Those could be supplemental to us. I haven't seen anything within this budget that says this is how we're going to augment our current resources to make the 164 process move quicker. And then you look at payroll things and city organization and state organization. Yeah, you gotta have OMB or OC and DOJ review things depending on what it is. But somehow they're just able to do it. It's because it's accountability. If you don't do your job, then something happens, there's repercussions, people get written up, they get forced out. So. Maybe even unmet needs, when we get to Navi, that's something that the president's office would want to see. But I don't want to see it diverted to campaign stuff, hiring the staff, hold the doors open at that, all that sort of stuff. I just. They're not doing themselves a service, they act like sickness. Oh, and don't accept any criticism that actually has a logic behind it. In a good faith manner. Is that all I can serve? Pretty much all of it. So those conclude my comments. On the table.
Thank you, Dr. Karen Powell, Figure.
Resolution committee, does anyone else have any questions on the legislation before the committee? All right, for the resolution committee, is there a motion to table the legislation?
What, you tell me I didn't know where to get an agenda?
All right, there's. Sure, Friday, do you have a question?
I have an amendment.
Oh, we have an amendment ready. There's your letter.
Question.
All right. In the spirit of working together. Chairman and Professor Cardi, you're next.
Love it, just not through. Okay. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, colleagues. It looks like working together with the office president, vice president. We did create an amendment that would restore the current bill positions. With funding that has been identified in the office of president, vice president. Okay, so let's just have to wait for the money. It is, so I just want to make sure I say that right to the record. So it's coming from operating, going to business or personnel expenses. So the, Chad, do you want to read it into record for me? Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Shadow Chairman, and Professor Cardi. I am going to go to Mr. Charlie to do that, propose amendment to the record.
So Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 3 to legislation number 0156-25. One, funding amendment from a business unit 103001 OPVP object code 3500 meeting expenses 15,000. Object code 4,000, supplies 65,532, object code 5,000, lease and rent code 80,000, object code 5,500, communication utilities 25,000, object code 6,000, repairs and maintenance 100,000, object code 6,500, contractual services 175,000, object code 7,000, special transactions 75,000 for a total of 535,532 to business units 103001 OPVP to object code 2001. Personnel expenses 532 for a total of 535,532. The funding amendment is to cover the funding shortfall. 1. 2, the program is to update exhibits B and C as reflected in the budget. In the BFC amendment, the program is to provide revised budget forms and exhibits to reflect the funding amendment made by BFC. 3, renumber letters to city clerk section of the exhibit is necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Affairs, Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized for technical edits and could recalculate totals related to this amendment and it's exhibit to implement that needs to council to attend. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendment which shall conform to this amendment. Madam Chairman, for Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 3 ready to record.
Thank you, Mr. Choppy. That is amendment number 2. 3. All right, amendment number 3, and we need to work on amendment number 4 as well regarding the Washington's budget. Taking out those institutions. I don't think that the program is ready to offer that amendment today, but that's fine. All right, amendment number 3, get a motion by Chairman Friday, do a second to the motion. Second by Delegate Sherilyn Massey. Members of the committee, are there any questions on amendment 1? Okay, seeing that at this time, let's go to roll call vote on amendment number 3. Delegate Norman McGee, how do you vote? Delegate Norman McGee, vote screen. Delegate Sherilyn Massey, how do you vote? Delegate Sherilyn Massey, vote screen. Chairwoman Amber Kensler Cardi, how do you vote?
I vote for you, thank you.
Chairwoman Amber Kensler Cardi, vote screen. Delegate Lester Razzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Razzie, vote screen. Vice Chairman Cross there, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Cross there, vote screen. Green.
I'll push it before we keep it, ready. I need to be done.
All right. With that, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, motion carries on amendment number 3. We're back on the main motion as amended, and we'll go back to the committee for additional questions on legislation 156-25. Vice Chairman Crosslater has questions, and Chairman Aaron Nascarati has questions, and the Vice Chairman first, and the Chairman Aaron Nascarati.
I guess it's both of me, so, I mean, we just eviscerated their operational budget, so. Were we gonna, but there wasn't a line in there that said updated fund that nature, are we gonna ask them to do that in the subsequent? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I wrote that.
You're, are you sponsoring that next one? I don't know, or you're sponsoring this third one, okay, so is that?
Okay, you're okay with having that.
Okay, so the premise of the fourth amendment will be modifying the Navigation Washington office budget for proper documentation and budget forms. And then also adding the language where the executive offices have the opportunities to update things. That is too, that's not prepared at this time. So, Chairman, everybody's all right.
Appreciate it, thank you. So, should you mentioned, in the response that, 42 positions in the office president, vice president is comparable to 24 delegates and their LBAs. So I started pulling out the budget, you were looking at these numbers. So. I'm gonna need to know, because this is the executive staff assistant. So a legislative district assistant receives, their base pay is 56,000. I don't see one person working in the office of the president. So help me, what's the lowest salary if you work on the office of the president? Because now I want to compare to see how accurate that statement is. And so help me understand this. So I see president, vice president. So if you look at your budget 43, help me understand. So this executive staff assistant, that's on sub account 1104. Their duties are the same as an LDA. Is my question if we're comparing. And if not, then I would need to know why there's a difference from 56,000 to $92,258. So that's the first one that I found. Because I'm assuming that executive staff assistant is the LBA that Shimei had mentioned. So I just wanna, I'm comparing it to, I just fought for their funding. So. You know, everybody wants operating money, nobody wants to pay the employees. So I wanna make sure. That's nearly almost double the amount. 63, so we're at over 60. So help me understand how you did this comparison. Because I do want to pull that up. I haven't seen the travel data. I'm not, well, I think we could do it for some baseline data. I'd like that to put it into performance measures, like how we do all this. But because you mentioned that, I wanna now know your thought process, to compare it, so if I could get some help there. Should they sit, because. I'm trying to understand this budget in a better way, yeah.
Thank you for pointing that out. I also want to mention again to Mr. Beecher, I did recite our rules about making false statements. So can you please clarify your statements, and also Doug Mitchell as a co-sponsor today, there was a reference moment earlier that the ESAs are comparable to our LBAs, so Doug Mitchell.
Thank you for your question. So. Before I turn it over to my sponsors. 2 items. In this question. The comparison between the staff system, then also an LBA. Then also the travel pad. When can I go to sponsor agents?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Honorable Mitchell, Chair Crowley. I think when I make any kind of comparison numbers wise, or comparing the duties to anybody, that way, you guys only for council delegates. I'm not comparing their duties to any of our folks over there. They're gonna be different. I was making a strict comparison of numbers of the amount of people that are employed at each branch. And when you compare OPVP to, let's say, the legislative branch, that was the only comparison I was making. But with regards to the ESAs, you'll see if you look on the DPM website, they've got two sets of like job duties, et cetera. They're quite expansive, and there's varying degrees of different types of ESAs. But all very valuable, and the skill sets are according to, you know, those particular positions. But I think with regards to LDAs, I'm glad you fought for them. You know, I think that they do wonderful work out in the community. I would say several of them stay in contact with us and trying to help us move projects forward. Tommy Thompson comes to mind. There's several others, so I know that they're out there working hard every day. I know the skill sets are different, the duties are gonna be different, but we do have comparable things, when you look at branch to branch. I think that, you know, there could be some sort of, mechanism if you could look at across, like, well, who's doing this and who's doing that. That's possible. You know, I know that, like, generally, like, attorneys, I think you got 3 in our office that work over here. I think you guys have like 7, and they do different aspects of what they do. You know, it's hard to compare apples to apples on the 2 branches because they have different functions, right? And so I don't want to get into saying, well, this is like this, it's like that. But I do value all the job duties and responsibilities they have. I think they're valuable to everybody. So, you know, from that standpoint, you know, I wouldn't say it's like a fair thing to make comparisons from that level, but from a numbers level, that's where I was drawing that comparison. With regards to travel, I would just have to look at the sheets that aren't even off the top of my head as far as when you associate travel with particular positions or what they're doing. But I know LDAs probably travel quite a bit more than some of our folks. I know that the council delegates travel quite a bit more than zero. So do they get any mileage or reimbursements? Okay, a little bit. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so yeah.
No vehicle.
Yeah, I think I was gonna make a recommendation. I think we probably have the ability to put every single delegate into a fleet vehicle. And instead of doing the mileage thing, let you guys travel and utilize gas. Just like everybody else within the government, I think that would be a wise investment. You know, I'm sure that, I'm sure there'll be people who disagree, but I think that that would be an opportunity there as far as trying to help even things out. And I think that because you're working on behalf of the nation, that's a sound investment, like get good vehicles that are available for the council delegates to use, to travel around and do the business. I think that another recommendation would be, let's look at the planes, right? Because we're, as I said, in Navi, we've had 2 or 3 planes in the hangar that were down since COVID started. It's a practice that makes sense, especially if we've got multiple people going down to meetings, whether it's a meeting with state governors or going to meet with federal officials. It just makes sense, right? And it takes up pressure off of the resources that we have to have people driving those vehicles. It takes the pressure off of the vehicle maintenance and the amount of miles we put on each particular vehicle. Those are some, I think, solid ways that we could redo the system to make it, easier for us to create that travel incentives and, with your knowledge and all that. But I think there's ways we can work together to say, look, you guys, let's come up with a flat salary for the council delegates, so you guys don't have to chase meetings to meetings to meetings, right? And I know that that's a concern too, right? Like, it'd be great to sit down in one day and just have a good solid work session without the need to feel like you gotta hit 3 different meetings, right? And I think that that's things I think would be very valuable to everybody. That, like, let's sit down and really try to work through those things and have more leadership meetings. Right, and as the vice chair said, that we were in a meeting last week, together, and it gives us time to kind of connect and think, you know, Honorable Ozzy, Cheryl Ozzy, she was there as well, and same thing with Chair Parrish. We need to kind of create those spaces for us to kind of improve our government, and so, if that's amenable to folks here, and they don't want to do mileage and those type of things, and they can just take a tribal vehicle, I think that with 285 million in the UFB or whatever the number is, with the funding that we have available for us to buy inventory of fleet and make sure we have quality vehicles on the road, I think those are good solutions for all of us to take the strain off of any particular council that will get having to reclaim mileage on their own vehicle, right? You know, and travel around, and now is it nice to have your own vehicle? Yeah, but on the same note, you know, many of the states and the counties all have vehicles assigned out to, you know, the higher level officials that can do those things, and for the lower level officials, they still have official vehicles to take around with the motor pool. So there are fixes there, and I think that when we compare the branches, you know, I think that as soon as we can fix for each side, so that'd be my comments on that particular part of the travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Doug Mitchell, and also Mr. Beach for responding. I don't know if that is a true comparison, I mean, the total dollar amount of staff to the total dollar amount utilized in the legislative branch, so I believe it's false to say they would be a comparison, because you can have, for instance, the whole division of the Commission of Natural Resources has a very similar number of staff, yet the total staff and personnel for the entire division is still less than the office of the president, vice president is operating on. Otherwise, you would see in other divisions, their personnel dollars at a higher dollar amount. So the executive office doesn't even compare to the legislative branch, doesn't even compare to its own offices, or its own entity that are creating these positions that have large dollar amounts associated with their personnel. So I don't know how true your statements are. I'm gonna go to delegate, Chairman Eric Nesbitt, right, bring, all question.
Yes, I appreciate that. Yeah, let's, I'm always up for a good leadership meeting, as long as it's focused, we have an outcome. Pretty victorious for, follow-ups and timelines and putting, like, thinking about how that will impact the budget in the future. I just want to see, when it's staff, I'm not sure who's assigned to budget and finance from the executive staff. But I hope that they're conveying to the office president, vice president, some of these high level, this, you know, direction, strategic plans that we're implementing. And OMB, I hope you have a copy of what the controller recommended for modification to our budget process and what OMB recommended. And we are trying to move forward to a 2-year budget. So that UFB, that we can have actually cash on hand instead of being projected. Because right now, although most people think it's the coal companies that are, you know, funding the government, what we're looking, you know, what we see is the taxes, bases, fees, but also the market value for our investments. And so we also need to start having all the diversification. And so if we could figure out the best way of how to work on some of those high level moving forward, I think that would be helpful because of this budget process. If we could agree on what needs to be funded, like for me, just having this personnel needs to be funded, and then if there's best practices out there on how to just. Eventually, I would just like to see a high level budget myself, in my experience with the license. But because we're seeing so many errors, we can't really move forward on any higher level budget until internally we get all of the issues addressed. I don't know if that new system ERP, ERP, I looked to my committee, because sometimes I make comments like, I won't go through it, but I thought it was before. So, so I think those are areas in terms of moving forward. But I haven't so far seen a dedicated staff from Office of President and Vice President to work with the committee and then have that communication. Because if it's, like we were talking about, like, if it's all, these are things that we could just fund them up front. And then during the budget process, we're really talking about like how to pivot and address some of these systemic issues. I don't even have, I really enjoy going through, I'm trying to figure out some of these areas. But I think that would be in the best interest of our people, because how much time and energy is used on the budget in general, right? Starting in March, till now, and then it's another cycle. So, we wanna make sure with this 2-year budget that, programs also know how much money they have, so we can avoid layoffs. And, some of the feedback from some of the program managers were like, well, I should be allowed to lay off an individual by the budget. And I just responded that personal, the PPM has a process. And so if you wanna fire an individual, go through the process, because they are using the budget to, lay off employees. Which we don't know may or may not be because of, accountability. But I think, that would be helpful in the future, so that we could really figure out. And we're gonna have to come together on the federal budget, because every program division gave us exhibit F. And we're seeing dramatic decreases that are being projected. And what is that gonna look like in terms of navigation, like for the JOM program? Is navigation in a supplement? And we're looking at, the impact to like student aid and or financial aid. So I would also like to have a conversation about federal and state funding, maybe in fall. And we just normalize in terms of leadership, how we make these decisions, and what does a 5, 10, 25-year plan look like in the future. So, I just want to make sure that, we have a budget that meets the needs of our people. And, we're really gonna rely on the auditor general, see, what audits they're planning. Do we need to do performance, desk audits? And, because if there's an issue, I mean, all of us, let's each other, agree that we have to figure out a way how to fix it. Pandemic issues are not overnight. It theoretically takes about 10 years to change something, so you have to work on it day in and day out. So, I tease my committee here that I'm looking forward to the day of AI Budgetary. And so Budgetary is gonna do everything for us here. And we're just gonna go outside and pick up trash and herd our sheep. And hopefully they'll have a government that meets the needs of trade and the summit. But that's where we should be looking at, how is this government providing resources and services to our community members who are, off the beaten path and decentralizing. So for the last comments, I know it's been a long day. Alright. I appreciate the time and the energy, and I think we're gonna work on one more minute. And so we'll have to, judge the ones that we have to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair, or sorry, I'll say Vice Chair, so I don't have a comment, but I just conferred with them and thank you, Jerome and Eric Nesbitt-Crotty. Delegate Norman Unity has some comments and he's gonna make that motion today.
Thank you, Chair, meeting members and people in the audience there. I'd like to make a point order, Chair. I'd like to change this legislation, but before I do that, I'd like to I have a minute that I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take Jenny, your executive staff assistants. And then convert them over to project managers. 2 each for all the agencies, so we'll have 10, because the reason why we're having a lot of problems with all these chapter projects, they're not moving. Everything that's happening is on the executive side. Your staff and DCD and all those people get together and get these projects moving. Because all we do here on the legislative side is we allocate the money. We allocate the money, it's all that's happening in the executive side. There's nothing coming out of there with our chapters. So, staff, somebody help me out with the making an amendment to take full 10 of these executive staff assistants, converting or reclassify them as project managers, 2 for each agency. They'll give us 10. Because it seems like you guys don't have a title for them. Maybe that way they'll start the ball rolling at the chapter level. Because the chapters are the ones that really need help. These projects are we're stuck here. We can't move these projects because it goes into 164 process, doesn't move out of there. So maybe with your staff, under your leadership, maybe things will start moving if we get these 2 project managers for each agency. And that will be my motion there. Sure.
Delegate, I'm gonna add a few questions. So would you like these positions to stay at the office of the president and vice president? So if you're asking them to be classified, what I'm hearing from you is that you want a certified project managers to work under the office of the president and vice president, not a political at-will employee. So the request from the committee right now is to, Delegate Norman is to reclassify 10 of those positions to be project managers and not political appointees. You also have a motion to table on the floor. Delegate Norman I know that's a recommendation right now to work with the program. So I'm gonna acknowledge your comment right now. And we're going to hear from Mr. Beecher after this 2 million motion was voted on. And then Mr. Beecher, you can provide your insight to that. But you hear where Delegate Norman is leaving on. So that's not necessarily moving on to staff out of the office. Classifying that, so there are certified project managers that will assist their communities. As a recommendation at this point, part of the recommendation to table at this time. I'm gonna recognize that motion to table, and then we'll continue the conversation, because there's a lot of work that's needed to do currently on the Washington budget and this fee request that's coming out of the committee. All right, members of the committee, is there a second on the motion to table here? Second the motion. Second by Vice Chair Crosslayer to table the legislation. Members of the committee, is there other or no questions? We're gonna go to roll call vote. Delegate Norman Day votes green. Delegate Shelley Delegate Shirley votes green. Right? Table, yes. Table, she votes green. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. And Vice Chair Crosslayer. Vice Chair Crosslayer votes green. We have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. Delegate Mitchell heard the request of the committee and will work as the co-sponsor with the program. Delegate Mitchell. See the motion is passed. Do you have any closing comments today?
Thank you. Just for clarification. So when you untable the budget, there should be a revised application Washington office on the even out. That'll be the amendment, then also an unmet needs exhibit E. I think this way. And then also, Gaze, you're not seeing 10 positions of OBD.
Let's have a discussion about getting how that can work out and then back to the committee with a recommendation. Yeah.
Thank you, Delegate Mitchell. All right, thank you, Vice President Montoya, First President Montoya, running Consultation, Secretary with Economics. All right, we're gonna revisit the legislation, and the Mr. Beecher, Ms. Little, for your time today. So look forward to working with you and have you co-sponsor that and hopefully help facilitate and the process. So we'll see you all back, maybe tomorrow. We have law and order committee legislation that just became available for us to consider today. I know it's about 3 o'clock, but we're gonna continue to roll through our agenda. So thank you, Mr. Beecher, Ms. Little, thank you to all the executive staff that showed up today. While we're thinking to these shuffle or getting us all shuffle here in the conference room with our recognized Vice Chairman Ross there.
Yeah. The OHG. Yeah. So that's the office of the auditor.
No, I go not, because I don't know.
Conduct an audit including navigation contract and or subcontracts. Presenting homes and indigenous design studio plus architects as an immediate priority. The scope of the audit shall encompass all aspects of the contracting process, including but not limited to procurement, contract development, deliverables, payments, and oversight. OAG shall provide the budget finance committee quarterly progress report until the audit is complete.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Carl Slater. I recognize the motion for directive number 1 on the agenda. So the directive number 1 at this time. Members of the committees are second to the motion. All right, there was a request to read it again. Mr. Todd, we just asked everyone in the audience to silence your conversation. The committee is voting on a directive at this time. I'm gonna hand the floor over to Minister or Vice Chair. You want to read it again? We read it. It's ready.
Oh, right here.
Vice Chair.
That seems fair. Rodney, then, yeah, I'm printed.
Send it out to the committee. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Todd.
Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, this is a directive to the Office of Auditor General. It reads as follows. The Office of Auditor General shall conduct an audit, including a forensic audit on the navigation contract and or subcontracts with any homes and indigenous studio design studios plus architects. And immediate priority, the scope of the audit shall encompass all aspects of the contracting processes, including but not limited to procurement, contract development, deliverables, payments, and oversight. AOG shall provide the Budget Finance Committee with a quarterly progress report until the audit is complete. Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, that the director read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Toddy, for the second reading of the amendment. Members of the committee, I am sending out the directive language. Again, members of the committee, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie. Members of the committee, any questions on the motion on the floor? Question. Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie.
No. Thank you for this directive. I just wanted to know if we could have is there gonna be a short, like a greater deadline? Is this just saying until it's complete, but do you wanna give it a specific timeline? Cause I know there's probably other audits that they are preparing. That'd be my question, thank you.
Thank you, delegates, Sherilyn Yazzie, Janine Jones. Are you on the call? I could just ask for Ms. Jones or past you at this time. However, I did work with the committee to expedite this. I think this language here is
confirm it,
giving for the directive.
see how far they are and all the money they have received. Yeah. And we probably have to go and identify where these companies are located at, like Bidco and everything. Okay. Oh, she's it's raining.
Ms. Jones?
Oh, is it?
Ms. Jones? Ms. Janine Jones?
Yeah, where is it? Yes. Sorry. Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Ms. Janine Jones. The committee, Delegate Sherilyn Yazzie is asking for a time frame. The committee is preparing a motion on the floor for a directive for your office to do a forensic audit. We need a little bit additional information on your work capacity at this time, and then also what your anticipated time frame is for a forensic audit.
Currently, we are actually looking into it because there was several requests on especially the housing. So we're trying to compile the numbers right now and what we need to look at as far as housing in that. So that's where we're at. But I can't give you a timeline because we haven't put those together. And once we get those together, we can give you a timeline on how soon we can do it.
So it's like on the record budget, I am implementing an immediate record.
And then maybe she needs to do a three plus or is it? You're asking for raise.
Thank you. Vice Chair Procedural just mentioned that, thank you, Ms. Janine Jones, for your response, in the directive, there's a wish to have the Auditor General make this an immediate priority. So this is bumping it up to be the #1 priority. Ms. Janine Jones, the committee has a question regarding your resources. Do you need additional funding to complete this task?
Okay, hold on.
Ms. Janine Jones?
Yes, we might need some for traveling because all the whatever is under the housing as far as ARPA, they're located at like some are located in Albuquerque. I think most of them are located in Albuquerque, but there are some under the chapters. So we do need travel expenses.
John, can you just prepare that budget, send it over to Mr. Toppy? Ms. Jones, can you just prepare that budget, send it over to Mr. Toppy? We'll get back with Ms. Jean Jones, and request that information. Okay. So
Yes, yes, it does, that helps. And so,
Okay, so can we also after possibly having calculate that so we can. And I didn't, because they won't have access to their. So keep testing for me. Yeah, right, in having, we want to say.
It'll be a priority, we can't force them to go faster. You gotta ask about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. They don't have access to the money. Yeah. Good. And you better than they give you guys, like, so that they have a longer period of time and not interrupted by phone. I don't think. You want to. Okay, email is so good. Okay, email and. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I think that you would probably require from it, because then they don't have a limitation on how much time they have.
Thank you, Delegate Shirley. I ask you to look forward to address any additional questions on this matter. Members of the committee, do we have any questions?
We're push back, so we're just gonna take it home.
Charlie gave us a squash and said, "Go."
They're not gonna get a raw squash.
But you never know.
Oh, yes, you never know. We could have Robin in us. Or not, right? So, okay. There is a committee, this motion and second to establish on the directives. Do we have any questions? Hearing none at this time, then go to roll call vote. Delegate Shirley Massey, how do you vote? Delegate Shirley Massey votes green. Chairman Ever Vanessa McCarty, how do you vote? Chairwoman Ever Vanessa McCarty votes green. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Sutter, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Sutter. Vice Chairman Carl Sutter votes green. For the record, Delegate Norman McDade also votes green. We have 5 members voting in affirmative, 0 opposed, not voting. The motion does carry on the directive. With that, I'm going to now recognize Vice Chairman Carl Slater, who does have a motion to suspend for full time.
He has to add the LOC.
Are you gonna do a consent?
Suspend the.
Sure. Right.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'd like to add the longer committee legislations that are currently available. I will ask Mr. Cottage to go to the record. And it is legislation 169-25, which is the higher education grant fund legislation. Representative Brightman. Is that right?
That's the.
And you have a committee report and
The law order. The budget. Yeah.
If you're talking, how to list out all the law and order legislations, and then in addition, it's Dr. Inez after that. So, Mr. Talking, what are the law and order committee legislations that are ready?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we've received from the Law and Order Committee budgets that have been referred to the Budget and Finance Committee. We have legislation number 0138-25, Office of the Public Defender, 0149-25, Office of the Hearing and Appeals, 0128-25, National Nation Labor Commission, 0130-25, National Nation Ethics and Rules Office, 0147-25, National Nation Department of Justice, 0148-25, Judicial Branch, 0150-25, Division of Public Safety. Madam Chair, member of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is all the reports from Law and Order Committee.
So it's 138.
138-0149.
No, just 128.
128. 130. 147. 148. 150. 0161. Okay, what's that? 169? 169. You said 169. Yes, and 169.
All right, and then Vice Chair.
so to clarify, Chair, the LOC, all the budget ones will go before the last 2 items on the agenda, which are my 2 budget legislations, and then delegate messages will go after, it's not budget, my 2 non-budget legislation, the delegate messages will be after that.
Thank you, Vice Chair Carl Slater, for but making that clarification. For the members of the Budget and Finance Committee, after legislation 15625, the proposed, motion on the floor is to add the LOC legislation, so that's 138, 149, 128, 130, 147, 148, and 150. Which we will begin on working on now. Following the budget legislations will follow legislation. Will follow legislation 5125, 9125, and then following that will be 16925. The Vice Chair Slater, is that correct?
Then 160.
Is there a second to that motion? Yes, Vice Chair Slater's motion to add the LOC budgets right now into our agenda. And then after that, it will be his two legislation, and then following that, Dr. Anginez legislation. That's the motion on the floor. Do we have a second or just questions at this time? Second, the modification. All right, there's a second from Chairman Edward Nestor-Carty, and then she has a request in the motion. Sorry.
Motion party, what was the? I would like to ask that the office of the public defender, be added. As the first one order budget, the staff there do have, prior commitments, and they're only available today at 10:05.
Okay.
Do it up, that is right.
It's not, it's the first one.
Oh, this is-
Oh, it is the first one.
Okay.
I think it's 138. Okay. They're first, yeah.
Yes.
To be called the great Slater, thank you. Should I tell them about your snacks? Next meeting.
Does someone want any questions?
But it has
We just lost your budget.
Right back to there. Okay, you're gonna look at the second established on the motion to suspend Florida rules and add legislation on the agenda. Say we have seconds. Any other questions on our motion?
Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we only received the budget from the Division of Public Safety. Office of the Prosecutor. And Judicial Branch. We have yet to receive the remaining budgets that are currently added to the legislation.
Do you all have budget binders prepared? Or is it in the executive office budget?
I'll look at the.
Your exam bills on legislative.
No, it's an example.
What's that?
Hearing that,
Let me take the vote, and we can take a recess to get the budget binder sorted, so Delegate Norman Gates, I go, Delegate Norman Gates, votes green, Delegate Shannon Johnson. Delegate Shirley Yasi votes green, Chairman Everett Nestor-Carty, Chairman Everett Nestor-Carty votes green, Delegate Lester Yasi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yasi votes green, Vice Chairman Carl Sitter, how do you vote? Vice Chairman Carl Sitter votes green. We have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion carries on motion to suspend Florida rules and add legislation to the agenda. Members of the committee, with that modification to our agenda, I just wanted to take a brief 5-minute recess to 10-minute recess so that we can put the binders in order so that our sponsor can way up here to the dais. And I also want to check in with the committee. We have the public defenders office until 5. That I estimate that to be at least the amount of time to discuss this budget. However, I would like to ask the committee if we would like to release any of the programs now so that they can come back tomorrow, unless we're going until 10 p.m. tonight. What do you all think? How many programs here need, have, I think public defenders notified us to let us know that they are only available today. Are there any other programs in that same situation? Sure.
Chair of Budget and Finance Committee, so we do, so the smaller divisions and departments, they actually didn't have very much changes. So like ethics is a good example. They don't even have any unmet needs, so they're ones that I think will go through the process very quickly. I think the ones that we had issues with at Law and Order Committee was the Judicial Branch, Department of Justice, and Division of Public Safety. All the rest just kind of went through pretty smoothly with a few corrections that had to be made. But I just want to let you guys know that with the smaller budgets, they were like fairly easy and just straightforward.
What numbers are those?
I think it goes with 130.
So ethics and rules doesn't have any unmet needs.
What about, the TPS, which one's off?
150.
150, and then what about DOJ?
DOJ is 147.
147, and then what was that? I don't know.
DPS, DOJ, and judicial.
Judicial is 148.
Those are kind of towards the bottom of the agenda. But TPS is 150, yeah, they're kind of towards the bottom. What's 130? Ethics and rules, right?
Ethics and rules.
Yeah.
So ethics and rules, do we want to come back tomorrow to DOJ? The morning, do you want to do DOJ? I'm okay with starting then with DOJ tomorrow, but we would finish finish for legislation.
What's today, what's the form?
So what?
It's a quick one. 138 is Office of the Public Defender. 149 is Office of Hearings Appeals. 128 is Labor Commission. And 130 is Ethics and Rules.
Okay, I think we can finish with ethics and rules and then start again with DOJ.
But the other three, yeah, because the other three are bigger budgets and we had some of the questions and complications.
Thank you, Chairwoman, for your advice. And let's take a 5-minute recess at this time to get those budget binders sorted. Mr. Taki, if you have your budget binders today, bring that over here to Mr. Taki. And then he'll advise you who is going to look over those budget binders. And members of the committee, today you will end our work on legislation on 3025. And start again tomorrow on legislation 14725. That's the Department of Justice budget. We'll hear that tomorrow morning. Legislation 14825, we're gonna hear that tomorrow morning. 15025, we're gonna hear that tomorrow morning. And then continue with our agenda. So just wanted to make that announcement now, so there's no confusion. And just to give everyone some time. So, I do want to be cognizant of the time today, 3:25. Mr. Toddy?
Madam Chairman of the Budget and Finance Committee, after reviewing some of the legislation, they all need to be, they all need technical amendments. To improve budget and finance committee, that's grade H.
All right, but that's what you have it.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess to get those budget binders sorted. So let's go back at 3:30-ish. 45 P.M. We do have a forum here. We have as the party, Ozzy, Vice Chair Carl Slater, myself, President, 45 P.M. So we need to continue our business. The members of the committee have received updated agendas. And at this time, we are on legislation 130-25. Mr. Tati, could you read that title to the record?
There you go. Well, there you go.
Is that the one you think? Give me that one. Give me that.
Madam Chairman, the Budget Finance Committee have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0183. Oh,
Just scroll down.
yeah, 38-25. An act relating to law and order and budget and finance committee approving recommended fiscal year 2026 budget for the nomination office of the public defender. Per nomination, council rules of order rule 9 legislation has been read into the record by a reporter by electronic voice recording.
Thank you, Mr. Clark, for reading that, title into the record. To the Office of Management and Budget, we're currently on legislation 130-25, the budget for the Office of the Public Defender. Looks like they're ready. Members of the committee, does any, would anyone like to offer the motion to consider the legislation? Motion by Chairman Inverkez Friday, second by Vice Chair Carl Slater. At this time, we'll go over to the Office of Management and Budget, and Associate and Ms. McCabe to give a presentation on the report. The floor is yours, Ms. Associate.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee. My name is Tanya Soski, I'm the Senior Budget Analyst assigned to the Office of Public Defender, and I have different who will be assisting me. So you have a table of contents, tabs 8 through E, A with the FY budget summary type. And then for business unit 104003, Office of Public Defender. For FY 25 is 1,370,933. For FY 26, the proposed amount is $1,045,051. Going into the FY 25 budget budget status report for May 31st, 2025. Down at the bottom for business unit 104003. Original budget amount is $770,500. Our revised amount is $1,425,077.66. Actual is $656,961.04. Income amount is $17,401.23. Available budget amount is $751,655.39, which gives them a expenditure rate of 47.29. Madam Chair.
Okay, moving on to the performance assessment report for business unit first quarter. 104003, Office of the Public Defender, you have a score of 4.60, which is 100% indeed. Office Manager Budget, did you all send that as a digital copy? Or do you have hard copies of that? This one. Public Defender, yes, it's all on one packet, alright. This is here. And moving on to the second quarter of the performance assessment report. Again, for business unit 104003, Office of the Public Defender is performing at a 2.20, which is 74% minimum. And moving on to the plan of operation status report. You have an outdated plan of operation dated back to 1995. Below is the statutory records of the plant operations. Moving on to the legislative concerns and conditions of appropriations. The, on the last page of the handout, is all divisions, departments and programs. Again, listed is the programs that responded to this legislative summary. And the due date is third quarter. The public defender did not respond to this legislative concern, and the status is ongoing. That the park manager.
Okay, does anyone from the budget, finance committee have any questions for the office manager budget? Members, like many, we can get into the presentation from the program and then ask questions if anyone has questions specific. The performance-based assessment. Right, you're gonna go to our primary sponsor, Chairwoman Gina Charles Stewart, and her agents this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Budget and Finance Committee. Today I present legislation number 0138-25 on behalf of the Public Defender's Office. Public Defender's Office's proposed budget is $1,046,051 for the FY 26 year. Please be mindful that this amount is $324,882 less than what they received in FY 25. And as stated by O&B, they are using their funds. I believe that the O&B reported that they were at 47% of using their funds. They have run into a couple of difficulties, but I'll give them the opportunity to present that information. The LOC, Public Defender's Office is also asking for $385,088 to cover for their unmet needs to cover their operational budget. The LOC did hear the budget for the Public Defender's Office last week, and we did pass a recommendation to be enacted to consider the unmet needs for this for Public Defender's Office. The LOC didn't have any concerns aside from those that were stated on the record by Chris Beecher last week. And Public Defender's Office was also listening in when the Office of the President, Vice President presented their budget to their oversight, which is now it. The statement that was made was that Public Defender didn't use $1 million for their budget, and so for that reason, their budget was cut. I do want to remind this committee that Mr. Beecher stated many things during the time that he presented the budget, but we did pass a legislation at Law and Order Committee that did state that anybody who is speaking untruth to what they're providing before the committee is subject to losing their job, termination. I don't know what our options are for appointed individuals. But what I will say is that I'm here to defend. That kind of crazy. I'm here to defend the Public Defender's Office. And really their budget, they are essential to the Navajo Nation providing justice across the board for our people. And so the Public Defender has time and time again been underfunded in lots of ways. And one of the issues that the Law and Order Committee is working towards is finding a location for them to move. Director Bowman did provide information to the Law and Order Committee about their office and the rock that's intruding into their office, which poses a not only a health concern, but really it's turning into a death trap. And we can no longer ignore this matter. So the Law and Order Committee took steps to see if we could, there's some FEMA trailers that are currently in Delta or Visos area to see if we could possibly replace, their office with one of those FEMA trailers and to start working to clear out the, I guess the trailer that's at the prosecutor's office, because the prosecutor's office moved to a new location. To try to help them with that matter. So we may be dropping UUFB fund requests to try to help them. Sorry, I didn't know if somebody else wanted to say something. And then there was also concerns that Law and Order Committee is working to try to address, and that is out of the Shiprock office. That building or the trailer that is being used is a trailer that could possibly have been put there in the 1980s. But that trailer is dilapidated. And so there continues to be concerns of these two facilities that do need replacement. And again, Law and Order Committee has taken the initiative to start working to try to replace these facilities with something else. We did request from Mr. From the president, he's one of the staff assistants from the president's office, Sir Large, who was president at that time. We asked him if he could help us schedule a meeting with the president's office, so that we could work towards getting these two buildings, placed. In terms of, legislative concerns or conditions of appropriations, the Law and Order Committee did not pass any during this time. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to my agents, to provide more information about the budget and the unmet needs. And we did, at Law and Order Committee, we did make sure that every single one of the budgets, did have the 1044 for the vacant positions and then the 2088 for the filled positions. So those should be, correct in terms of the budget. We did learn that the executive did drop off a budget that, for two, offices so far has been wrong. So the budget that was given to you just now, that's the budget that the Public Defender's Office had corrected and is moving through the process. Courtney?
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. My name is Courtney and I am the ASO for the Public Defender's Office. And I'm gonna go over our budget, starting with budget form 1. So I'm gonna talk about the proposed budget that was given to us from the executive office. For FY 26, we were given $1,046,051. And for FY 25, we had $1,370,933. The difference between that was $324,882, which reflects a decrease in our budget for FY 26. Office of the Navajo Public Defender does have 16 positions classified. And currently we have 9 positions that are filled, 6 vacant positions, and then we're requesting for 1 temporary. And we prioritized our personnel, meaning that we budgeted all 9 positions at 2080 hours. And then the vacant positions, we budgeted those ones at 1,044 hours. And if you were to go to budget form 4 and you look at the breakdown of how we did our calculation, we had 9 positions at 2,088 hours, which came up to 651,833. That's before adding in fringe. And then we had 6 vacant positions at 1044 hours, which gave us a total of 257,722, which overall put the filled positions and the vacant positions together. It came up to 909,555. And we budgeted for temporary at 20 hours, which came up to 16,766. And then we went to the fringe benefits, we went ahead and took that total times the 36.81%, which came up to 334,807. And then the temporary, we took the 1122 hours, which was the 16,766 times the fringe rate 8.91%, which gave us 1,494. So to fund the full fringe benefits, it came up to $119,730. So you can see the difference, if you guys were to look at the unmet needs. On page 3, budget form 4, you see the difference, because of the proposed budget that we were given, we didn't have enough to cover the full fringe benefits. So, if I wanted to cover the full fringe benefits for all 9 positions and 6 vacant positions with a temporary, the initial total amount should have been $336,301. But we need an additional fund of $216,571. And because of how much our personnel took out of the budget, we were left with no operating expenses. So, that's why you see from budget form 4, 5 through 9, all of those amounts are all zeroed out. So we're requesting for unmet needs. And if you go to the exhibits, exhibit E, we're asking for an additional, or we're asking for $385,088. We prioritized our fringe rates, which was that amount that I gave you, $216,571. And then we also requested for funds to cover all of our operating expenses from fleet to operating supplies, our leases, our electric, water, natural gases for the Shiprock District Office, and the rental and maintenance fees, contractual services, special transactions. Keep in mind that Office of Navajo Public Defender does have 4 district offices, one, of course, being here in Winter Rock, Tuba City, Crown Point, and Shiprock. So,
whenever you're done, they want to come back to that. You don't want me to go over the whole expenses of this business. As a chair, if you want to do it, and that's what we need to do.
So I was just asking if I go over, did you guys want me to break down the unmet needs, or does that clarify all of it? Because then if not, then I conclude my presentations. That's for me.
Yeah. Sent that to me because we said such application.
Chairman Engineer Charleston, I believe there's already an amendment being worked on to develop some unmet needs, and so, Chairman Engineer, that's our priority. How do you identify that legislative status? All right, Mr. Forrest, are you available to work on an amendment right now?
Yes, once I'm done with this one, then tackle it.
Is that the same amendment?
Right, which
amendment are you working on, sir?
This is the unmet needs for housekeepers office.
Okay, let's help me work on this one since it's up right now, and then we'll go back to that.
Great.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Let me give you.
Is that almost done?
Yeah, that one's not, that's the one.
Oh, that's the Department of Justice one. All right, Mr. Forrest, we have an amendment for this legislation to build on their unmet needs, so the chair and Professor Vice Member for the staff back there to fulfill that. But back to the presentation and the question was about the unmet needs. Let me put the committee, sure, to do an overview and then chair.
Just one more thing, Chair Parrish, before, one thing I failed to mention is, so LOC did have 3 concerns, when I did talk about Winter Rock, is the Shiprock office. But we really need budget and finance's help on this last concern. Each of our offices are asking for operations and maintenance funds. And so law and order committee questioned, like specifically, what does facility maintenance cover when they're asking for O&M funds? During that process, we learned that certain buildings are covered, but not all buildings. For instance, we learned, during this process that public defender's office has to ask for O&M costs, so that they can do things like janitorial, services, and then they ask for additional funding for their HVAC. So law and order committee was asking, when facilities get their budget through, what are they asking for? And does that cover O&M costs for Navajo Nation buildings? We don't know that answer because facilities is not under the oversight, law and order committee is not the oversight committee for facilities and maintenance. We also learned during that time, our legislative advisor, Lorraine Spencer, also on the record stated that the law and order committee building, our staff, meaning Leanna and Cynthia, have to go over and clean that building. They have to dump the trash, they have to clean, the bathroom. And so when we asked, why that was the case, we were told because O&M said that LOC building is not it's not within their listing. And so we questioned whether we could get a copy of a list of all the buildings that facilities covers in terms of providing janitorial services, but also operations and maintenance, so that we know which buildings are being covered, and when they come before us asking for O&M costs, that would justify why there's O&M costs. So specifically, when you look at public defender's office, for their O&M costs or their HVAC system, they're asking for $25,920. And that's for their HVAC, their maintenance. And so, again, we really need the help of budget and finance, because we don't get to see the budget for facility maintenance, nor do we see the detailed budget for them. And we don't have a listing of all the buildings that they currently cover and the buildings that are not being covered. Delegate Mitchell did state that during the hearing, that usually the buildings, if they're registered as Navajo Nation buildings, that technically they should be covered. But we found out some buildings, even though they are Navajo Nation buildings, they're not being covered by facility maintenance. So that was one of the questions that we had, and I did state that I would bring this to the budget and finance's attention, since you guys get to see their detailed picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. We get some batteries in the mic. I think this was a similar issue with your last presentation. We some batteries from there. Jerry Junior is also going to raise an interesting question of the Division of General Services, the Budget and Finance Committee. They shared with us briefly that anyone who budgets O&M in their budget, that they are omitted from their listing. So that's what Mr. Marcus truly shared. Briefly. Something about their kind of operation, so we're gonna have to clarify that and see that, but if this is what the law and order committee is recommending, if they want to outsource their their O&M costs, that is their recommendation that came from your committee. And it's a part of this legislation.
Why you guys are why you guys want to outsource your division?
Sure, we'll give you some more time since we're working on it.
Thank you,
Chair. Thank you, Chair Barrett. So I'm going to give the floor over to my agents so that they can explain the reason why they're having to budget that HVAC in their operations and maintenance, and it would provide some clear explanation for you. Okay, so to answer that question, I've been a public defender for 3 years now, and when I first came on board with public defenders, I was working with the Tuba City District Office, and I had requested, because the Tuba City District Office was experiencing no AC or no cooling, no heating. They had plumbing issues, they had issues with the door, not opening and closing right. So I went ahead and submitted a work order, and come to find out that, I was informed that unfortunately, facility maintenance does not provide or touch the judicial complex buildings, being that public defender is located inside the judicial complex. And so they weren't able to address the work order. And so I went ahead and contacted, the maintenance guy at the time with the judicial complex. They didn't have a maintenance guy. But the staff was able to tell me that, well, you guys are responsible for your own maintenance and repairs. Being, I guess that was something that they were told from the beginning. I didn't know. So I went ahead and, because of the cooling system being out and our staff being in the office, and it was becoming a safety concern, I took it upon myself to hire an individual to go in there to inspect the HVAC system. And that became an issue. The guy came onto location, inspected the HVAC system. However, I was informed that, when he did the inspection and called up to the crawl space, there was, the way the HVAC system is set up is that there's like one main brain that's on top of the judicial complex. And it branches off to each office, and being that one main brain functions, or it's a main brain to all the other offices of how the cooling system works. He wasn't able to address the issue, so he couldn't do much, and so I went back to went back to corrections. And I got more clarification from an individual there who told me that, the people that set up the HVAC system, the contractor or the vendor that they went with was no longer in services. So they, I guess, outsourced as well, and they were only able to address their side, which is the correction side. And eventually I asked, who are you contracting with? I think it was Gilbert and Sons Cooling and Heating. And I reached out to Gilbert and I asked him, hey, we're experiencing HVAC system issues, and I need somebody to address that. So he went ahead and included us in addressing that issue and trying to fix it. So that eventually got temporarily resolved. And the reason why I say temporarily resolved is that to this day, we still continue to have issues with the heating and cooling, because the way it was explained to me was that when they go up there, it's like a temporary fix. It's like a SIM card or whatever. I don't know how it's set up, but when it dies out, they go up there and then they switch it out. I don't know. I tried to ask to be a part of the meetings that was held with Miss Gray Eyes, and only because I asked, is this something that we get cost share? Can I jump onto the contract for public defenders, so that way, we don't get left out. I still haven't had that meeting with them. I wait for them to contact me to be a part of that. And then the same thing with our plumbing, we're down to just one restroom. They're sharing the restroom there, and I had to outsource for a plumber again to go in there and try to address the issue. And the same thing applies exactly with the Point district office, where they're in the same limbo because they're in the judicial complex. And then for Shiprock, I did do a work order for them as well. Unfortunately, they're not able to touch the building, or the trailer,
as the trailer does belong to the Shiprock chapter house, we just rent it from them. So we're responsible for our own maintenance and repairs. I did get a hold of the contract and the agreement that was made between public defenders and the chapter house. So that was something that was clearly defined in there, so that's how I knew, okay, our program is responsible for repairs and maintenance. Thank you. Yeah, yes, it does. And just to be clear, most of the offices, divisions, departments that the law and order committee does oversee, a lot of, the O and M questions came up, which is why we were asking the assistance for budget and finance. Thank you, Chair. We stand for questions.
Thank you, Chairwoman. You are also given members of the finance committee. We do have a motion that's established on the legislation before the committee. Does anyone have any questions to the legislation? Mr. Rockforce, what is the status of the amendment?
Give us probably 5 minutes for just confirming which items.
5 minutes and then I need to look at it too, right? And Chris is gonna need about 5 minutes, here's 10 minutes. Yeah, so I'm sorry, Shannon from the member has a card to investors.
Yeah, and for the, any other amendments,
These lines are under the zoning. That's already a part of it. He's there.
Yeah.
He's reassessing.
But, yeah, it's hard for the other, for me to work on it. For the later, when we business in it, but when shoppers in here, must feel subject. And then the rest is.
Gonna take a 15-minute recess, while we're on this legislation, Vice Chair Slater.
But it is 4:36 p.m. We do have a quorum. We have Delegate MBA, Delegate Lester Yazzie, we have Delegate Shirley Yazzie, Chairman Amber Pence-Charlie. At this time, Vice Chair Carl Suter is excused. Members of the city, we were discussing matters of the legislation before the committee. And I am going to recognize Chairman Amber Pence-Charlie, she has students.
Appreciate it, Chair, thank you, committee members and our team for drafting the amendment. If it's ready, Mr. Tomke, I'd like to motion, I believe this is the first amendment to the legislation. Could be into the record, can you check?
Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, you have amendment number 1 to legislation number 0138-25. 1, funding amendment from business unit 10-3001/OPVP object code 3000 travel 216,571 for a total of 216,571 into business unit 10-4003 object code 2001 personnel expenses 216,571 for a total of 216,571. The funding amendment is to cover a funding shortfall. 2, directive, the program is to update exhibit B and C as reflected in the budget. The Finance Committee's amendment that the program is to provide revised budget forms and exhibits to reflect the funding amendment made by BFC. 3, page 1, line 26, insert new paragraph C as follows. C, the Budget Finance Committee is a standing committee of the Navigation Council. Authorized to make management recommendations to the council on the budgeting and management of the navigation funds. 2, in C, section 300A, section 301B2. The Budget Finance Committee specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the navigation and the comprehensive budget for the fiscal year. 12, in NC section 848. 4, page 2, line 9, after exhibit G, make the following recommendations, strike this period and insert, and the Budget and Finance Committee report shall be attached to exhibit H. 5, page 2, lines 18, insert new paragraph C as follows. C, the Budget and Finance Committee approved the nominations Office of Public Defender's fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibit A through E and in the Budget and Finance Committee's report exhibit H to serve as the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendations to nomination council for including in the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. Page 2, line 22, insert new paragraph E as follows. B, the Office of Legislative Service shall attach exhibit H, the Budget and Finance Committee's report that reflects all amendments that made to this action. Exhibits and budget binders document is approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. 7, renumber letters of new paragraphs that exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, Office of the Council authorizing the technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment and to exhibit to the Budget Committee's intent. This amendment is related to any of the amendments which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chairman, is the Budget and Finance Committee, that is amendment number 1 read into the record.
Mr. Tomke, for reading that proposed amendment to the record, members of the budget. I don't think, maybe that is amendment number 1. Before we continue with this second, I wanted to ask Chair Amber Pence-Charlie. Chair Amber Pence-Charlie, on the amendment here, I don't see any language asking the program to update their amendment. Is that your desire? Would you like that? All right, Mr. Tomke. The motion party would like to amend or to modify the motion to include a language that also asks the program to update their exhibit. All right, sounds good. Members of the committee, do we have a second? Second by Delegate Norman and debate. Members of the committee, any questions to amendment number 1? Hearing none at this time, we'll go to roll call vote on amendment number 1. Delegate Norman, MBA votes green. Delegate Shirley Yazzie. Delegate Shirley Yazzie votes green. Chair Wood Friday, any vote green. Chair Wood Friday votes green. Delegate Lester Yazzie. Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater. Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion does carry on amendment number 1. So, thank you, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, to Chairman Eugene Charles Newman. If the program.
Wait, there's another one. This is. From. I voted it, sorry. This will be between programs, right?
Yes.
I voted. No, I take this back, these are both within the executive law.
Yes.
I maintain my view.
Okay. That's.
I didn't know what I was gonna say.
Oh, dear, okay. Well, back to, what I was saying to the sponsor, Chair, if you can, in the other update, there is the key unmet needs, that is part of this directive after the modifications have been made to cover their, request for fringe benefit and personnel costs. Appreciate if they could get that done as soon as possible. Members of the committee, does anyone else have any questions on the legislation? Second call for questions on the legislation. Third call for questions on legislation 130-25. All right, hearing none at this time, I'm going to go to a roll call vote on the main motion. Delegate Norman Begay, and vote. Delegate Norman Begay votes green. Delegate Shelley Nasty. Delegate Shelley Nasty votes green. Chairman Eric Nesbitt Cridy. Chairwoman Eric Nesbitt Cridy votes green. Delegate Lester. Delegate Lester Nasty votes green. Vice Chairman Carlson. Vice Chairman Carlson votes green. We have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion carries on the main motion as amended. Thank you, Chair, you can trust and office of public. All right, our next legislation before the committee is legislation 149-25, office of appeals. Chair. Chair,
Appreciate it. Before we recommend the motion, we do have an amendment for office of hearing and appeals. Our title was the timeframe.
5 minutes.
Okay, so 15 minutes, I just wanna ask, I don't know, can we see, does Labor Commission have any personnel amendments? Do you have any amendments in personnel? Personnel, yeah, 2000.
The only, I didn't put any on unmet needs, I had addressed that with the other committee because the vacant position at that time was, we need to approve that and get all that approved before we rest the funds, so I have any.
Okay, so I know Shalon's here, I just wanted to ask committee members if I could suspend the floor rules and go to Labor Commission project, since there's no unmet needs or we're maybe for the amendment. And I just wanted, and delegate chairman, you concern that ethics and rules, just to have a personnel amendment. Now, so if I suspend the floor rules here, and we'll move right forward with legislation 0128-25. And legislation 0130-25, as there's no amendments, and I'll give staff some time to make the amendments for hearing the bill. Okay, thank you.
Members of the committee, there is a motion to suspend floor rules to address legislation 125 and legislation 13025. Is there a second to that motion? Second by delegates, Shirley Nowzy to address legislation 12825 and 13025 on the agenda. Members of the committee, are there any questions to that motion to suspend floor rules?
Yeah.
The legislation again, legislation 12825, the Labor Commission proposed budget, and also legislation 13025, that is the Ethics and Rules Office legislation.
Chair Parrish, my apologies. Well, this is one now, that's why. Okay.
Again, members of the committee, there's a motion.
I'm sorry, can we verify that we have the right, that you guys have the right budget? Because be mindful, remember I said that executive was giving out the wrong budget. So let's make sure that these guys have the right budget. So can we verify that before you guys call a motion in a second?
Chairman, you Charles here, I'm just going based on what's on the legislation, I meant, it's, I don't see any personnel in that need, so that was their question from the committee. So, even then, we'll still check the budget writers before we get to that legislation to make sure that information is appropriate for discussion. So, there's no unmet needs right now in the legislation for personnel. This is a motion on the floor to suspend the rules to address legislation 125 and legislation 13025. We also have a second to the motion. Members of the committee, does anyone else have? Okay, hearing none, we're gonna go to roll call vote on the motion to suspend the rules. Delegate Normandy votes green, Delegate Shelly Delegate Shelly votes green, Chairman Eric Nestor Friday. Chairman Eric Nestor Friday votes green, and Delegate Lester Rossi. Delegate Lester Rossi. Votes green, and Vice Chairman Crosshair votes green. We have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, the motion carries. At this time, we will go to legislation 12825. Mr. Todd, can you read that title into the record?
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0128-25. Title of the resolution and action relating to law and order, committee the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget from the Navigation Labor Commission. For Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation will be read into the record in its entirety. Per Navigation Council rules of order, rule 9 legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording.
Thank you, Mr. Tati. Members of the committee, is there a motion to consider the labor commissions in the budget? Vice Chair Carlson, and I'll recognize the chairman Emerick Nestor Cardi as the second party. And then Delegate Shirley Massey as the third. All right, members of the committee, we have a motion and a second published on legislation 12825. Members of the committee, do you desire a report from the Office of Management Budget?
Is anything required? Yeah. What's required?
Well, thank you, Chair. So, there was a change made to Exhibit B by Marcarlo Road Force, last week. And I'm not sure what happened, but for some reason it didn't get included into the committee report. It's just to correct an error. If you look at the document, column D, Exhibit B was left blank, reflecting a negative balance in column E, which is not the intent. And then the other issue is we have technical amendments, and that's everything that I saw, Chair.
Well, that's what we do. Is it required that one?
But not if you just wanna, not if you don't, I mean, you can just go to the legislation, but before you vote on it, I would like you to consider this. But no, if you look at your report or whenever you don't have any questions, I don't think it's required.
Thank you, to the Office of Management and Budget. The Budget and Finance Committee does not have any questions regarding the office, the Labor Commission's budget this time, but please be on standby if there are any other questions. Thank you, Office Management Budget. Members of the committee, do you desire a presentation? Hearing no one at this time. Thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, for sponsoring this legislation, the Labor Commission budget. Members of the committee are being advised by the Office of Legislative Services on Office of Legislative Counsel to offer a technical amendment to make a it's one of the amendments that Kristen would like to change on tonight. So members of the committee, or Mr. Sadi was that, and then it's sent out to the committee. Did we send that out to the committee?
Just things that I had, but then nearly studies.
For everyone listening online, that finalized language is being sent out to the Budget and Finance Committee. Once it has been sent out to the committee, I'm going to ask the committee for a motion to amend the legislation.
I'm trying to look at these other amendments and then think every long order, we just have a whole key up. They're all random. It's just getting it to it.
We didn't anticipate, the exhibit B situation. I'll check ethics and walls. I'll be the part of, what is that, the account of parliamentary. 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 That's all we're doing. I already put over, I'm just kidding. Well, that's-
All right.
Yeah, we have a problem. I don't understand. I think some of those has, usually it's in it, but they're not exactly. I'm telling you. We're the same damn thing.
Members of the committee, the proposed amendment has been sent out to the committee. After your review, would anyone like to offer that motion for the legislation?
There's the 453 PM ones.
Mr. Tati, what's going to do send this up?
Rescue services. 453. How often?
All right, I will recognize Vice Chair Prosecutor for that amendment number 1. Members of the committees are seconds.
I have a speed reading. Now that I have my Dr. Pickney.
Okay.
What is it?
Game on.
Turn off. Stop the espresso.
And at 5 o'clock?
No.
I'll make sure you wake up. I still under my keyboard.
I have a motion for number 1 that amendment number 1 is read into the record. Members of the committee, any questions on amendment number 1? Hearing none, we're gonna go to roll call vote. Delegate Norman Begay, vote screen. Delegate Shirley Nasty. Delegate Shirley Nasty, vote screen. Chairwoman Amber Desmond. Chairwoman Amber Desmond.
Oh, I didn't read it. I didn't read it. No.
Yeah.
Never mind, sorry, I'm gonna go back to this. Okay, Mr. Tati.
Where's the check my whole duster? I took my whole.
Okay.
Madam Chair, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, this is amendment number 1 to legislation number 0128-25. 1, replace the current exhibit B with the corrections updated exhibit B 2, page 1, line 25, inserting paragraph C as follows. C, the Budget and Finance Committee is standing to the nomination council, authorized to make recommendations to the council on the budgeting and management of the nomination funds to agency section 300A and 301E2. The Budget and Finance Committee is specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the nominations and comprehensive budget for the fiscal year 12 in NC sections 840A. 3, page 2, line 8, after exhibit G is make the following changes, strike through period and insert, and the budget and Finance Committee's report shall be attached to exhibit 8-4, page 2, line 17, the certain paragraph C. C, the Budget and Finance Committee approves the Navigation Labor Commission's fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibit A through E, and the Budget and Finance Committee report exhibit H to serve as the Budget and Finance Committee's recommendation and Navigation Council for including in for the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. 5, page 2, line 21, insert paragraph B as follows. B, the Office of Legislative Service, I'll attach exhibit H to Budget and Finance Committee report that reflects all amendments made to this action, exhibits and budget finance documents approved by the Budget and Finance Committee. 6, the number of lists and paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, Office of Legislative Counsel are authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating totals related to the amendment and its exhibit to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any of the amendments such which language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, as the Budget and Finance Committee, that's amendment number 1, and that's director.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. Okay, now the amendment has been read into the record. So we have a motion from Vice Chair Carlson, second by Mr. Yazdi. Members of the committee, any other questions on amendment number 1? Hearing none at this time, I'm going to Delegate Norman Begay votes 3, Delegate Shelley Yazdi. Delegate Shelley Yazdi votes 3, Chairman Emmer Knessler Credit. 3. Chairman Emmer Knessler Credit votes 3, Delegate Lester Yazdi. Delegate Lester Yazdi votes 3, Vice Chairman Carlson.
3.
Vice Chairman Carlson votes 3. We have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion carries on amendment number 1. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions on the main motion? Right, hearing no questions on legislation 128-25 as amended, I'm gonna go to roll call vote, main motion as amended. Delegate Norman Begay, how do you vote?
3.
Delegate Norman Begay votes 3, Chairman Emmer Knessler Credit, how do you vote? 3. Chairman Emmer Knessler Credit votes 3, sorry, I'm looking at the listing here. And delegates, Shirley Yazdi, how do you vote? 3. Delegate Shirley Yazdi votes 3. Delegate Lester Yazdi, how do you vote? Delegate Lester Yazdi votes 3. Vice Chairman Crosslater, how do you vote?
3.
Vice Chairman Crosslater votes 3. We have 5 members voting in affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion carries as amended. Thank you to the Labor Commission's office, and thank you to Sherry Gina Charleston. Members of the committee, we are now in legislation 13025. At Dixon Rules Office, Mr. Taki, can you read that legislation title with the order?
Madam Chair, of the Budget and Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0130-25. Titled the resolution and action relating to the Law and Order Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2026 budget for the Nomination Ethics and Rules Office. Budget and Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation, which we read into the record in its entirety. For Navigation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9 legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording.
Thank you, Mr. Taki. Members of the committee, is there a motion to consider legislation 13025? Motion by Delegate Shirley Yazdi. Members of the committee, is there a second? Second by Delegate Lester Yazdi. Members of the committee, there's a motion second. The title has been read into the record. Does anyone desire to report from the Office of Management Budget? Okay, hearing none at this time, could OOB just stay on the line and hear in person in case the committee might have any questions. Thank you to the Office Management Budget. We're gonna move on to the presentation. Members of the committee, does anyone desire a presentation on legislation 13025? Members of the committee, while you're contemplating the presentation, I also want to announce that we have a amendment necessary for legislation 13025. Mr. Taki, did you send that out to the committee? Okay, thank you. Go back to the committee. Does anyone have any questions on legislation 13025? Would anyone like to offer the technical amendment on legislation 13025? That language has been sent out to the next meeting. Okay, that is shut down.
Mr. Sonic, you have that proposed amendment into the record?
Madam Chair, with the budget finance, we have amendment number one to legislation number 0130-25. One, page 1, line 25, insert new paragraph C as follows: as C, the budget finance committee, the standing committee, the nomination council, authorized to make recommendations to the council on the budget and management of nomination funds. 2, agency sections 300A, section 300B1. 2, the budget and finance committee is specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the nomination annual comprehensive budget for each fiscal year. 12, agency sections 840A. 2, page 2, line 8, after exhibit G, make the following changes: strike the period and insert and the budget and finance committee report shall be attached with exhibit H. At 3, page 2, line 17, insert new paragraph D as follows: as C, the budget and finance committee approves the nomination ethics and rules office fiscal year 2026 budget set forth in exhibit A through E, and the budget and finance committee report exhibit H to serve as the budget and finance committee's recommendation to the nomination council for including in the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. 4, page 2, line 21, insert new paragraph B as follows: B, the Office of Legislative Service shall attach exhibit H to the budget and finance committee report and reflect all amendments made to this action exhibits and exhibits. Budget binder document is approved by the budget and finance committee. 5, renumber letters succeeding paragraph sections and exhibits as necessary and appropriate. The Office of Legislative Service, the Office of the Council, authorized to make technical edits, including recalculating totals related to this amendment, and its exhibit to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any of the amendments, which language shall be conformed to this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Sonic, for reading the proposed amendment into the record. Delegate Shelley-Nowsy, as you confirm that language. Thank you, Delegate Shelley-Nowsy. Delegate Shelley-Nowsy will hold the motion. Members of the committee, is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Hold on. All those in unison.
Should harmonize.
All right, I'll recognize, Delegate, or Vice Chair Carlson. Members of the committee, any questions? Hearing none at this time, let's go to roll call vote on amendment number 1. Delegate Norman and Begay, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Norman and Begay votes green. Delegate Shelley-Nowsy.
Green.
Delegate Shelley-Nowsy votes green. Chairwoman Amber Kessler-Crowdy. Chairwoman Amber Kessler-Crowdy votes green. Delegate Lester Yasi.
Madam Chair,
Delegate Lester Yasi votes green, and Vice Chairman Carl Slater.
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. We have 5 members voting in affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion carries. Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions on legislation 13025? Okay, hearing none at this time, we're gonna go to a roll call vote on the main motion as amended. Delegate Norman and Begay, how do you vote? Okay, for the record, Delegate Norman and Begay votes green. Delegate Shelley-Nowsy. Delegate Shelley-Nowsy votes green. Chairman Amber Kessler-Crowdy.
I'll vote green, thank you.
Chairman Amber Kessler-Crowdy votes green. Delegate Lester Yasi.
Madam Chair,
Delegate Lester Yasi votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater.
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. We have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting. The motion does carry. Thank you, Chairwoman Eugenia Charles Newton, for sponsoring legislation 13025. Members of the committee, we are back on legislation 014925. I want to ask legislative staff if we have that amendment ready. Okay, while they're working, finalizing that amendment, I will go to Mr. Hart. 1492.
I'm gonna be.
First, and then go back to the limit. After we go to 1492, we're going back to 14725. We're gonna stop at 130 right here. And then address 14725 and 4825 tomorrow.
So we're stopping after.
There'd be three, I think, that you guys said for tomorrow, judicial, DPS, and DOJ.
DPS.
Wait, what was your question, Vice Chair? if we're gonna continue.
Okay. So we're stopping at the 140.
Yes.
We're doing this.
Yes.
Sure. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
We'll go one more, right?
One more.
Yes.
Sounds great. All.
Mr. Taffy, can you read like more?
I haven't got any yet from,
This is title.
oh, the time, okay, 149. Madam Chairman of the Budget Finance Committee, you have legislation summary sheet for tracking number 0149-25. Title the resolution and action relating to law and order committee and the Budget Finance Committee approving and recommending the fiscal year 2023 budget to examination, office of hearing and appeal. Budget Finance Committee has final authority over this legislation to be run into the record in its entirety. For nomination, council rules of order, rule 9 legislation have been running the record by electronic voice recording.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, members of the committee, is there a motion to consider legislation 014925? Is there a motion, to consider legislation 014925? Raises both hands. Second by Delegate Chairman Yazzie. All right, members of the committee, we are, we have a motion and second established. Would you like a, we've already heard that when we were on this. Associate, I think that when we gave the, we gave the, when we were on there, right? That's right. Okay, members of the committee, prepared that when we were on this. Actually, we heard that we report for the labor commission also had examples too. Okay. All right, we're gonna go back to the main legislation. Mr. Taki, is that proposed amendment? Members of the committee, does anyone have any questions on legislation 014925?
So, Chair. Two Richard. Somebody case you in there. What case? Two. So one of them has a week. First weekend. Wait, you don't know. Yeah. What's the?
Remember, tell them 2 permits don't equal a license, Matt.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll try to get away with that.
Wait, like 2 permits?
Yes, it's sent.
Sent out. Amendment has been sent out, the legislation 014925.
That's gonna cover all the operational. Okay.
Vice Chair Carl Slater would like to motion the amendment. Mr. Ty, can you read that amendment to the record?
Madam Chair, of the Budget Finance Committee, have amendment number 1 to legislation number 0149-351, funding amendment from business unit 10-3001/OPDT, object code 3000, travel expense $139,412 for a total of $139,412. To budget unit 10-3004, office of hearing and appeals, object code 2001, personnel expense $104,728, object code 3000, travel expense $8,500, object code 4000, supplies $8888, object code 5500, communications $650, object code 6000, repairs and maintenance $1200, object code 6500, contractual services $3000, object code 7,000, special transactions $7446, object code 9000, capital outlay $5,000, for a total of $139,412. The funding amendment is to cover a funding shortfall. 2, directive, the program is to update exhibit B and C as reflected in the BFC amendment. The program is to provide revised budget forms and exhibits to reflect the funding amendment made at BFC. 3, page 1, line 25, insert new paragraph C. The Budget Finance Committee is a standing committee of the nomination council authorized to make recommendations to the council on the budget and management of the nomination funds in C, section 300A. Section 301B2, the Budget Finance Committee is specifically authorized to make recommendations to the council regarding the navigation of the annual comprehensive budget for each fiscal year 12 in NC sections 840A. 4, page 2, lines 8, after exhibit G, make the following changes, strike through period and insert, and the Budget Finance Committee report shall be attached to exhibit H, page 5. Number 5, page 2, line 17, insert new paragraph C as follows. I see the finance committee approves the nomination office of hearing and appeals fiscal year 2026 budget as set forth in exhibit A through B in the budget finance committee report. Exhibit H to serve as the budget finance committee's recommendation to the nomination council for including in the fiscal year 2026 comprehensive budget. 6, page 2, line 21, insert new paragraph D as follows. Be the office of the service of attached exhibit H the budget finance committee report that reflects all amendments made to this action exhibits and budget finding documents is approved by the budget finance committee. 7, renumber the list of questions and exhibits as necessary to appropriate the office of the services, office of the council. Authorizing technical edits, including recalculating totals related to the numbers and exhibits to implement the committee's intent. This amendment supersedes inconsistent language in any other amendments. The language shall be conformed to this amendment. Madam Chair, the budget finance committee, that's amendment number 1, read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Tahi, for reading that into the record member to the committee that is motion by Vice Chair Carl Slater. Do we have a second to the motion? Second by Delegate Lester Yasi. Members of the committee, we have a motion and second established on amendment number 1. Do we have any questions?
Just real quick, so the personal expense, it covers the fringe benefits.
Yes.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it's like a overall dollar, so that's just like yeah. Thank you, Dr. Yazzie, members of the committee. Are there any other questions on amendment number 1? Hearing none at this time, I will go to a roll call vote on amendment number 1. Delegate Norman Immediate. Delegate Norman Immediate vote screen.
So that's like.
Oh, you're tired of going for a swamp.
The pressure's on you.
Delegate Shirley Yazzie, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Shirley Yazzie votes green. Chairman Amber Vanessa Cardi excused. Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I will agree.
Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green. We have 4 members voting in the affirmative, myself not voting, 1 member excused. The motion does carry on amendment number 1. Members of the committee, we're back on the main motion. Does anyone have any other questions on legislation 149-25? Hearing none at this time, let's go to a roll call vote on legislation 149-25 as amended. Vice Chairman Carl Slater, how do you vote?
Green.
Vice Chairman Carl Slater votes green.
I'll be here regardless.
Delegate Lester Yazzie, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, I will agree.
Delegate Lester Yazzie votes green. Chairman Amber Vanessa Cardi is excused. Delegate Shirley Yazzie, how do you vote? Green. Delegate Shirley Yazzie votes green. And Delegate Norman Immediate, how do you vote?
Green.
Delegate Norman Immediate votes green. We have 4 members voting in affirmative, 0 opposed, myself not voting, 1 member excused. The motion does carry on legislation 149-25 as amended. Thank you, Tribune Charles Newton and your agents today for being with us. And the motion does carry, so thank you.
Now the hard one is to. Thank you, guys.
Members of the committee, if there's no opposition, let's recess today at 5:14 p.m. and reconvene tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Our first item of business that we'll take care of is legislation 014725. This is the proposed FY26 budget for the Department of Justice. Mr. Todd, do we have those budget matters available?
Not the Department of Justice. We have the Division of Public Safety and Judicial.
If you ask the Department of Justice to send over a digital copy for us to review.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. I did see Ms. Kozlowski here earlier at the spa. So we'll get those, I think Mr. Rhodes still on the call? Can you?
Yes, Madam Chair, good afternoon. I'm on the call.
Hey, good morning, Mr. Rhodes. If you could let your colleagues know, just send us over that budget.
You did.
So, yes, I will talk to Catherine about it right now.
Great, we do appreciate that, so we
Thank
can get involved. Okay, so tomorrow morning we'll reconvene at 10 a.m. Thank you all for being